All right, everybody, I'd like to call this meeting to order for the February 9th, 2021 Whatcom County Public Utility District Commission meeting. And Mike, would you like to open with the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would. Thank you, O'Toole. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So first, let's talk about the agenda for today. Are there any, I have one minor modification of the agenda. Are there any, I guess I'll go ahead and mention that, and that's under old business. I'd like to update the commission on specific meetings I had on some local ideas for small local loops off the fiber backbone that already exists. So that would be 4B. I'd like to suggest an update on local loops, 4B. Are there, and then of course, we will handle, we don't specifically put it in our agenda, but I'd like to add it to our agenda going forward. Just before commissioner reports, the getting to know you aspect of our meeting, where we introduce each other, introduce ourselves to the PUD and get to know each other a little bit better. So between item number 6 and item number 7 on our agenda to do a getting to know you, we've typically been just handling under commission reports, but in going forward, I'd like to just add it as its own agenda item. Are there, those are my proposed changes. Are there other changes to the agenda?
I have quite a few updates related to broadband from my conversations with the port. Would that go under, I could do it under old business or in the commissioner report?
Either way, the reason I'm keeping it under old business in mind, I will have updates as well in commission reports. The reason is I'm adding it under old business is because something the commission specifically discussed, small steps, and I thought it might be helpful to put it under 4B, but I could also discuss mine under commissioner reports too.
Commissioner, since we already have under old business the broadband community liaison advisory item, maybe any of you that want to have any discussion on anything to do with broadband, it might be appropriate to add it there.
Sure, let's do that then today, at least. Under four, when we discuss old business, we'll discuss some of the things that relate to prior discussions on fiber and broadband. Does that sound good to everybody? Are there any other changes to the agenda today? Great. Well, with that, can I have a motion to approve our agenda with the following adjustments to add as 4B a discussion on fiber broadband, to cover comments by Christine and myself and maybe Mike, and then adding getting to know you before commissioner reports.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda with the additions, the changes.
Great.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. And so our agenda is approved. Let's move on to the consent agenda, which is minutes and claims. Are there any changes or modification to the minutes from January 19th or 26th?
I have one modification, and Ann and I chatted about this yesterday. It's from the special meeting on January 19th on page 3 under the history on broadband, the PUD history on broadband. So the third paragraph down in that section, the first sentence is abandoning the idea of a countywide public open access network is what Jill thinks the PUD needs to look at. And I don't think that that is what Steve was saying. I think that sort of the way to revise that, and Steve, feel free to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but revisiting the reasons why the PUD abandoned the countywide public open access network is what we need to look at. That's not what we want to do right now.
I totally agree. I think it was my thought at the time was that we need to look back at the reason that we abandoned it. And then that led to Brian's comments and other comments about where we were 20 years ago. So.
Great. So Ann and I talked about that and yesterday. So I just wanted to bring it up in the meeting. And thank you to Ann for capturing the notes from our very long broadband meeting.
Yeah, I think she did an excellent job there. So what's the modification to that? Is there language that you and Ann have agreed on? And do we need to go through that, or what's the amendment?
Yeah, we talked about it, but I'll just say it again. I think what we could say is revisiting the reasons why a countywide public open access network was formally abandoned by the PUD is what Jill thinks we need to look at.
Okay.
And I can throw that in an email later if that's helpful.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann Christine. Okay, with that change, are there any other changes to the minutes of the 19th or the 26th? Okay, with that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the modification that we discussed to the January 19th meeting minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting.
We could approve the entire consent agenda at once.
Yeah.
Too,
I'm okay with that. Should I make that motion?
if it's okay with you, yeah.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from January 19th, January 26th, and the approval of claims for February 9th, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All
I
those
understand
in
that. I
favor-
understand that motion was the meeting minutes of the special meeting as revised.
As revised. Yes.
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 I'll say it again then.
No, that's okay. We just have that clarification and we can proceed.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Let's move on to old business. And the first item on this is, I believe, John's going to lead based on an email he sent about the committee. Please go
Yeah,
ahead,
thank
John.
you, Commissioner. Yeah, I had some discussions with Steve and a city official that contacted me regarding a possible path forward. It's started around the city broadband committee and the concerns from the city expressed was a city charter provision that no citizen on the committee have a conflict of interest, and it's related to the voting position. That wasn't necessarily prohibitive, but the concern was that whose interest would a commissioner be representing, the city's interest or the district's interest when sitting on that committee? And that was a concern raised, and not necessarily prohibitive, but of concern to some city's officials. So in the discussion, as I thought about it, and considering your prior discussions, I had two thoughts that might help the commission. One is considering things that I think the commission in the past has discussed, and that is organizing a regional planning board for broadband, try to help get some focus of the different agencies that are engaged in this. Just my conversation with Steve historically and the commission historically was that might be a official from the PUD staff and a PUD commissioner, one elected official, one staff member, maybe a representative of the port, both commission and staff. Similarly with the city and similar representations possibly from the county. But that could be a policy board that then you assure the agencies, the 3 or 4 different public entities, have some format to have a discussion, align some policies, bring it back to the entities, and look at ways to coordinate efforts, strategy development, look at funding opportunities, grant opportunities, and align implementation strategies. So the agencies are coordinated and working together through this regional policy board. We've had some discussions. Steve has had with port staff historically. I think there's been some discussions amongst some commissioners regarding that, port and PUD commission over the years. But that's another avenue. The other avenue I thought was, oftentimes agencies designate a legislative official to be the representative to another entity as the liaison, if you would. Commission or district number 1 is largely 90-95% within the city. That might seem to align with that commissioner, be the representative of the city. You could have one as a representative of the county or other entities. It just seemed, as given all the things you've talked about this year already that involves the city of Bellingham, it may be something to consider is designating a commissioner as a liaison to the city to help focus discussions and that conversation between the entities, rather than being a little more fractured with different commissioners doing different things and then trying to come back and coordinate and then going back out. It might just have some efficiencies for you, as a thought. Those were 2 ideas that I came up with. One, again, the regional board is kind of an expansion of some earlier discussions about port PUD relationships through an interlocal agreement. And we thought that Steve and I, in discussing this out, that pursuing that regional planning board might be a good way to focus some of the broadband discussions and strategically try to align the various entities so you're not doing different things and you don't create the risk of competing with one another, which may in the shorter or long term not be in the public interest. And that's kind of the overview. If you have questions about that, concepts, how we might go about implementing those, if you wanted to pursue those, Steve and I can discuss that.
Sure. So let's kind of structure this conversation a little bit. The first thing I'd like to do is focus on near-term actions as it relates to this committee. The second thing is long-term action as it relates to this and committee, and perhaps relates to other goals for the PUD as it relates to communication. So regarding short-term, John, commissioners, I would like to bring up that I attended the first advisory committee meeting last Tuesday, meaning a week ago today. And in that meeting, I took notes from that meeting, and the purpose of the meeting was very much structure and how to move forward. But what I want to get confirmation of from the commission is I attended that meeting as an ex officio member because that's what the city decided to do. They got our letter, but they decided to keep me as an ex officio member. And so I want to get confirmation, first of all, from the commission that the commission is okay with me attending as ex officio, accepting that it's a kind of a compromise from what we asked for. Is the commission comfortable? So that's the near-term action I want to make sure I have confirmation of, because there's another meeting this coming Tuesday. Is it Monday or Tuesday? Whichever day it is. I want to get that confirmation. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, O'Toole, for attending the meeting. What does it actually mean? What does it mean when you say that? You're attending the meeting under what authority, or what? Are you just going to sit out there? Are you able to speak out? Are you able to be part of the?
I'm one of about a half a dozen ex officio members, which
I don't know.
which include so the ex officio members are not allowed to vote on the recommendations of the commission. They're not the committee, sorry, they're not allowed, the ex officio members are not allowed to vote on the recommendations. They're not allowed to vote on what the statement of work for the consultant is going to be. So there's some limitations, but we're certainly allowed to speak. So that's the difference between ex officio and officio. Go ahead, Mike.
Are you good with that? Because the idea of sending a letter was your interest, as well as, I didn't think you're going to represent just yourself or just the PUD, because our positions as commissioners represent Whatcom County and parts of Bellingham too. Christine and I are very much in, and I think even your seat has a part of Bellingham too in it. So it wasn't never about you or about us. It was about what Whatcom County needs. I feel moving forward in broadband would be a whole community of Whatcom County coming together to make sure it happens. I'm starting to get the feeling that Bellingham has their own plan and wants to go down their own road. But if you're saying that you're able to attend these meetings and they will allow you to speak and they will listen to you, then I guess I'm okay with that. But I don't think we're ever going to get broadband in Whatcom County without everybody working together to make it happen. So what do you think?
What I think is that some level of communication in this committee is better than none. And when we move to the other topic, which is long-term, I think I'd like to also provide a little bit more background on this particular committee, why it exists, and what my perspective on this committee is. So I'm comfortable with attending as I am, and I'm comfortable reporting back to the commission in that capacity.
I think it's great that you attended, and I look forward to hearing more about what you learn. So
let me go ahead and give you a quick report of what happened in the meeting, and then we'll move on to the second topic. And I'm going to need to switch screens to do that. So if I disappear, that's why I've switched. I'm looking at my email notes. So the facilitator of this committee is David Roberts. He focused this first meeting on the purpose of discussing rules going forward. The group is going to meet through the end of the year, a meeting at least once a month, but for the next couple of months, twice a month. Seth Fleetwood opened the meeting, and he was looking forward to the outcomes of the group. He talked about the original resolution that created it, and then left the meeting. The work group is focused on affordability and equitability. I don't know, equity is probably the right word, of broadband. I was, and the other ex officio members were not allowed to participate in this first meeting. And they did that because they were having, I don't know if it was technical issues or whatever, but I was not allowed to speak or raise my hand or anything. I was just listening. And they described the members. The members are Christopher Keeler, he's a student at Western. John Grisher, who's interested in computers and technology. He has no opinions on broadband. These are the voting members, sorry. And that gentleman named Steve, I don't have his last name, but he has a focus, and his focus is that we are a world-class broadband city. Linda Fells, who's a retired programmer and a business person, and also was focused on helping Bellingham have world-class broadband. Spencer, I don't have his last name yet. He's a network engineer. He's interested in promoting equity for lower income people. Melissa Miller is the last member of the voting members. She's just recently retired with Wave Broadband. And she has a lot of experience with fiber and broadband, 12 years of experience in that area. Now the ex officio include me, and they also include Maximilian Cooper, who I believe also has a background connected to one of the telecoms. RB Tewksbury wants to help close the digital divide. Marty Mulholland, who is the IT director for the city of Bellingham. Eric Johnson, of course. In his comments, he mentioned, he thanked John Humphreys and myself for helping get the committee going. Vincent Buys is a member ex officio. He's a lobbyist with Comcast. David Brin, a manager with Wave Broadband, of course, myself. Michael Gann of Technology Alliance Group, which is a group in Bellingham, which is focused on, which is kind of a membership group of IT companies. Alan Meeks, who runs a business called Mox Networks, which is a private telecom company. David Namura, which is a manager out of Lumen, which is also CenturyLink, previously known as CenturyLink. Gina Stark from the Port of Bellingham. So they talked a little bit about open public meetings rules, and of course we understand those, but they're going to create a group email so that people can communicate to the group, send an informational email to the group through that group email ID to hopefully make sharing information possible among members of the group. So their process that they describe as their first goal is to write an RFP for a consultant to study things that will help them make their decisions. And their decisions are what's really have to do with what degree of involvement the city of Bellingham should have in developing fiber broadband network. And then by the end of the year to report to the council on what they recommend as far as the city's involvement. And that basically summarizes the meeting. I don't want to spend too much time going into details. So that's what happened in the first meeting. The next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday. There's been lots of conversation already around a subject that happened at the very end of the meeting, which several voting members commented on. And that was that why aren't we doing this countywide? You know, why is it just a city-only effort? And so that subject has already come up, and I expect it to continue coming up. So specifically, people asked for a presentation from Gina because everybody recognizes that the port is the one who's taken, is the only entity, local government that's actually taken action in the recent past. So for that reason, there was a keen interest in finding out where the port is at on this subject. So that's kind of my summary on the committee. Are there questions on that meeting?
Commissioner, just a couple of questions. One is that previously we were notified that Brian Walters was going to be under, you know, on the ex officio. How do we manage that? I mean, Brian's asked me, you know, should he participate? Or if you continue attending as the PUD representative, then Brian will not be engaged, I'm assuming.
When was Brian notified that he was attending this meeting?
Well, he was notified, you know, a couple, maybe 3 weeks ago before you and Christine and Mike had the discussion about appointment to the committee as a voting member. He had been advised that he was selected to be an ex officio member. So
that's new information for me because I recall in our last PUD meeting, I asked that question, and I remember hearing that we didn't know, and maybe it was 2 meetings ago that I asked that question. But I remember asking in a PUD meeting that if Brian had been asked to attend and he had no knowledge of this committee and his attendance at that time. That may have been 2 meetings ago, but it's good to know that he was finally approached and reached out to, because recently the city, I had a meeting with Seth Fleetwood. When I saw the city's document, and I shared that with Steve in one of our check-ins, and at that time, I think Steve has left for a moment. Oh, there you are. You just moved squares, sorry. So the I'm just glad to know that Brian was approached. But I think our memo says two things. One is that I would be the attendee for the PUD. If the city is fine with 2 attendees, I don't see any problem with that.
No, I'm not suggesting that we have to. I just want to make sure that the communication between, between the PUD and the city, on the committee, that it's clear who's representing. And I think that as long as you're going to continue, that's fine. I just want to make sure that Brian knows, what his responsibility is or is not. That's all.
Great, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, O'Toole. Yeah, I do remember Brian's name being brought up, but that was a request made by the city of Bellingham. They did not consider any of our PUD commissioners. And I thought we moved from Brian to having you attend, and that's why we sent the letter. So I think with you attending, I think Brian doesn't need to be there or be involved. He definitely has enough other things to do. So I'm good with you attending. I don't know what Christine feels like, or even Steve.
I think it makes a lot of sense for O'Toole to be attending. I think that given where we're at right now with broadband, having electeds in these meetings makes a lot of sense. And many of the things you brought up, O'Toole, connect to conversations that I've been having since our last meeting. And when we're ready to, I'd be happy to update you on the many conversations I've had with the port since our last commission meeting, if it's appropriate to move to that. Because it does, I think, relate to this question of county-wide solutions versus a Bellingham-centric solution.
I absolutely want to go there. And I just want to complete this discussion on the city side. I have a couple more things to add on that subject, if that's
Great.
okay. So I just want to confirm then, so that I will continue attending as the PUD's representative. I think it's appropriate to just give, for the benefit of the public as well, a little bit of background on this committee at the city. I was elected in 2018. And I met with all the local government, appropriate people at local governments on the subject of fiber, something that was important to me. When I met with the city, I was asked to meet with Eric. And Eric's position in 2018, at the end of 2018, I started doing my job early, which got me a little bit in trouble at times. But certainly beginning of 2019, the position I got back from the city was that everybody who needed connectivity was getting it, was already getting it. There was no need for additional connectivity. Everybody who had a need for connectivity was getting it. And we all know, like, there's a human logical fallacy, the affirmation bias, some people call it. So everybody who has oxygen, who wants oxygen, has it, right? We could make the same statement. So meaning we all learn to live with what we got. Everybody has water, wants water, has it, right? Because if you don't have water, you're not going to survive. So the reality is that one can make that kind of a statement easily. And I think that we make that mistake sometimes in policy. And so it took a little bit of while. And obviously one positive impact of COVID has been increasing the awareness of the need for connectivity. And so, I've been a change agent in one capacity or another my whole career. And so it doesn't do any good to become frustrated with the result of resistance when you want to encourage change in an organization, because you just become a really bitter person really fast. So I'm definitely not wanting to model that for anybody. And so I and a few other people, including most notably John Humphreys, began appealing to the city council, as especially new city council members who are running for office, who are intending to make positive change in the city, the importance of creating a broadband technical advisory committee. And as time went on, new people keep getting elected and showing up, and the support of that continued to grow. And of course, COVID happened. So staff also became more receptive to the idea. And that's how this committee started to form. But the original intention was really to create that I described, speaking for myself, and I don't want to speak for anybody else. I was very much attracted to ideas that Gina had brought up to us 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, which was to look at SkagitNet as a regional collaboration entity. And so that's what I kept talking to everybody about was SkagitNet as a potential model for what we could do in Whatcom County. So I was very interested in cross-county collaboration. But what the city decided, that is particularly led by staff, was that first we needed to decide if and what level of involvement that the city wants to make. And then it would be figure out how to collaborate on that. And so that's how this committee came to be. Is the outcome of this committee at the end of the year is really not to do anything on fiber materially. It's to make recommendations to the city council to guide what level of involvement the city should have on the subject of fiber, which for some of us isn't the most ambitious, aggressive approach, but that's okay. It's progress, and that's what you want when you want to create positive change in the community. So it's progress. So just to put that in context, that's why this committee exists. The city is going to rely on this committee to decide what level of engagement to have. Now, as we already talked about, the committee's already talking about countywide collaboration. But that's because some of the committee members are already sold on the idea that we need fiber. And other committee members may or may not be, but it certainly may come up. The direction of the committee may change from what it was initiated as, because the committee has the ability to appeal to the city council to change the work plan for this year. So, for example, they could decide very soon that, the city wants to be involved and that they recommend city be involved. And then their agenda could shift, meaning they may focus more on how to be involved and less on whether to be involved. So, speaking based on what the PUD is trying to do, well, we're not deciding if we want to be involved with fiber. We are definitely in how to be involved. As an organization, there's no question that the PUD wants to be involved. We're trying to figure out how, and we'd like the city to be there too. So I can say, as my position in that committee, I would favor more aggressive ramp up of their agenda towards fiber. So I wanted to give a little bit of background there. I hope that helps. Okay, so let's move on then to Christine, the subject that you raised, which is how to be involved, and the conversations that you've had with the port.
Yeah, well, thank you for that update and all the behind the scenes work you've been doing for the last few years, Atul. There's a lot of learning that has to go on with all of this. And just appreciate all the work that you've been doing. So after our last PUD meeting, I'm not sure if it was our broadband special meeting or an actual official PUD meeting, but Steve and I agreed that I would talk to Gina with Steve about the status of the interlocal agreement and the port's EDI request for funds for the fiber backbone. So we set that meeting, and then I also reached out to Port Commissioner Michael Shepard and got a lot of the different memos and that Steve and Gina have been trading over the last year, reread the feasibility study that was done in 2019, basically read everything that we've put out there over the last year and a half or 2 years related to broadband. also reached out to Chris Mitchell with the Institute for Local Self-Reliance he is working with communities across the country on public broadband, and just kind of gave him the overview of what's going on in Whatcom County to get some feedback from him and learn a little bit. And so I think in the last 2 weeks, Michael Shepard and I have had 3 or maybe 4 conversations, and Steve and I have also talked quite a bit about broadband. And, you know, I think that right now, with the return on investment that we're seeing from the fiber backbone, it doesn't make sense for the PUD, in my opinion, to pay for one of the segments of the backbone. I think that we really should form an interlocal agreement with the port, though, and be partners in this effort. So I talked to Gina a lot about the work that she's done, some of the questions that we still have, and their EDI request. And so I kind of did all that, had all of this information in my head, and frankly was just feeling a little bit confused about where the PUD should go and what should happen next. And after a few days of sitting on it, thinking about it over the weekend, I think I realized that one of the missing pieces for me was, where are we trying to go? What is the big end goal that we want? And I think that that's also pretty important when we think about being successful with competitive funds, like with the EDI request, for example. We need to have a goal and an end, a vision that people can get excited about, that people can understand, that they can rally around. And so looking at what other communities have done, and some communities are already here, you know, Chattanooga, you know, Cedar Rapids, different places are like gig cities. And so what came to me was, you know, we need an initiative. We need a way to frame this idea of where we want to go. And, you know, this 150 megabits per second symmetrical by 2028, that's the goal the state has. I think we would all agree that that's not going to be sufficient. And what we really would want, so that we have this future-proof infrastructure investment that's going to serve our community for a long time, is fiber to the home, to the premises. And so Michael Shepard and I talked about this idea of something called like gigabit Whatcom, or something where we have a county-wide initiative that says, and we would have to kind of work through, you know, is it 2030, but let's have, you know, 100 gigabit internet service that's available to, I mean, it's not going to be available, but some sort of aspirational goal for where we want to go with gigabit internet that's accessible and affordable. And I think that this is, again, important to set a long-term visionary goal for our county that will make it easier for our state representatives to talk about where we're trying to go as we maybe seek state funding with the CURB grants and federal funding perhaps. And so, you know, Michael Shepard likes this idea. I think, you know, there's clearly some details to be worked out in terms of, you know, what is our goal exactly? What are we going to call it? It doesn't need to be called gigabit Whatcom, but that's kind of something that I've seen in similar ideas in other communities. But I think that with a interlocal going forward with the port, I think the first thing we need to do is just say, we want to work together on a shared goal and define that goal in some way. And then the other thing that we can bring to the table is the broadband analysts that we're hiring. As far as I know, we would be the only public agency in Whatcom County that has a full-time staff person working on broadband. So frankly, I think that's a big thing that we could bring to the table. And we have the $75,000 budget for some sort of planning. And I think that the mapping that Atul has talked about is really important. There's, I think, some other ROI calculations that we really need to do to make sure that we're clear on our business plan. And Gina just hasn't had the bandwidth to do that. So I'm not totally clear on exactly how the $75,000 should work. But I think we also need to make the leap between how the backbone that they're building is going to help with the fiber to the premises. And we'll know more after the retail authority bill, the dust settles with the legislative session. But what Steve and I talked about is, let's get some basics down on the interlocal, and then let's talk about future decision points that we have to make, but we don't need to make all the decisions right now. But long story short is, I think that we have enough meat on the bones to get an interlocal signed with the port before their EDI request. And I think we should go forward and do it. And I think that we need to brand this initiative in some ways so that we as a county are moving forward in some direction towards some shared goal on broadband that has a name. So there's my spiel from the many discussions that I've had over the last 2 weeks about broadband and how things are crystallizing, at least in my mind, on this.
So I'd like to extract from your comments, Christine, 4 things that are pretty actionable. First is the goal that you talked about. Second is the way of working, which is the intralocal. Towards that goal, that is. Third is the staff person to support that goal. And then fourth is the study funds that we've allocated in our budget towards whatever goals we set as. So obviously, goal setting is probably the most important thing. So can we make sure we consensus on the subject of goal and on the so I'd like to suggest we structure a conversation now with those 4 topics. And on the subject of goal, I'd like to make one comment, is that in a previous PUD meeting, I made the statement that going from 2020 to 2028 is a 25-time multiplier in speed. I thought that number was crazy, so I soft pedaled it because it didn't seem right. But I've done the math a couple of times now, and 1.5 raised to the power of 8, which is what we're talking about, is 25. Which means that if the FCC and its if people have been saying 25 was a reasonable number in 2020, then 25 times 25 is a reasonable number in 2028, which is 625 megabits, which is pretty much, a gigabit. Even with just, those basic calculations. So I very much support the gigabit number as a number that we should try to get to as quickly as possible, and gigabit symmetric as quickly as possible, and gigabit real, not gigabit, on an instantaneous test as a goal that's reasonable. I just wanted to say that. So on the subject of goal, I very much support the gigabit as a target. But there's a second thing I'd like to talk about the goal is that it was true with electricity. Once you started providing a little bit of electricity, people wanted more. But actually, as we all know, our electricity consumption on a per capita basis actually is going down, not going up. And our energy consumption on a per capita basis is actually now going down, not going up, which is a good thing. We figure out how to live a good life without consuming more and more and more as far as electricity. It's certainly true in the area I know a lot about, which is fuel consumption per capita, which has gone down also per capita. But we're not anywhere near seeing an end to the increased demand for data. So not only do we need to have a strategy that reaches a target like a gigabyte, we have to have a strategy that has built into it extensibility, increased data through the same conduit, because 90% of the cost of delivering data to people is running conduit or hanging wires. That's most overwhelmingly the cost is that. So even an existing conduit, you can run replacement fiber through. Not ideal, but it can be done. A second thing is, I'm going to go into a little bit of electrical engineering just to say that along a single fiber, which is, as we know, is smaller than a human hair, the technology for sending more data through that single fiber has gone up several hundred times in just the last handful of years. So there's likely to be additional innovation to send much more data down the same string in the future. And why this is important is that fiber is different than other technologies. It's different than wireless in this regard. This has not been the reality for the amount of data that goes through wireless, the same rate of increase, particularly because it's a broadcast type of data distribution. So what's interesting is that we're able to send more and more data through fiber without exponentially increasing the amount of energy consumption. So these are very important facts, and why particularly needs to be fiber, but also in the way we implement fiber, we need to make sure that we implement it in a way that allows it to be constantly improved and upgraded. So on the subject of goal, I'd like us to at least start the process of setting a goal. And I like the idea of setting the gigabit fiber as the goal. And maybe even I'm tending to favor, based on what I've learned from Gina as well, buried conduit over aerial conduit, because poles only last so long. Poles come down, and part of what I'm thinking is 100-year strategy on infrastructure. And I could never think that when I was in a private sector company, but it's wonderful working for the public because you get to at least pretend to think long term. And I really do think that buried fiber has a potential 100-year life. So I'd like to talk about goals, and I'd like to hear from Mike on the subject.
Thanks, Altul. Actually, thanks to both you and Christine for your knowledge and background in dealing, with fiber and broadband. I have to trust the two of you a lot on what you're saying, because this is not a strong area for me. I truly believe in setting goals. I like to achieve goals. I like to be on a task and keep following it up to make sure we reach our goal. I will say it bothers me when you talked about the 2020 to 2028. Am I correct by saying by 2028, if we achieve this goal, that if a child's in 5th grade now, they'll be graduating from high school before we ever reach this goal? And that does bother me, because I see a problem now, and I'm sorry, but I'm a guy who wants to find a solution now. But I also understand I got to kind of back away because I don't have the knowledge that the two of you have. And maybe this is a long-term goal setting. And there doesn't seem to be anything we can do for especially youth. I spent so many years in education, and I saw kids go through the system, and they move up every year. And if we skip a year, you skip a year of educating them, and it just throws them back. So anyhow, if you tell me that, Mike, this is the best way, I will go with that goal setting that you have just described. I understand. I'm good with it if that's what it is.
I think it would be great to reach the goal faster. I think that we need to, my big feeling after these conversations was that man, I don't know exactly where we're supposed to go, every step of the way, but we need to get going. We need to start. And I think that sometimes what helps us all get on board and start moving forward is having a shared goal. And I think it's often important to sort of set a date for when you want to achieve the goal. But yeah, you got to get started right away working on the goal. And I think that the place where we should start is with the backbone that the port has already laid out. And it's not perfect. I think there's some, Brian has brought up some concerns about whether the current segments hit enough public agencies. And but I mean, I think this is one of the things where perfect is the enemy of the good. We really need to get started. And as we start, we'll learn, and then we can take that learning into the next chunk of the process, and so but I think the key is to get started. And to me, I think that this goal, and I'm just going to start calling it Gigabit Whatcom. We can change the name of it later if we don't like it, but it rolls off the tongue and it describes what we want, at least what I think the three of us want. So if we have this idea of Gigabit Whatcom and it's the port and the PUD, then we could go to Blaine and say, do you want to be part of Gigabit Whatcom? Sumas, do you want to be part of this? And then maybe the city of Bellingham will say, sure, we want in too. And then we can, maybe we'll do our own things to a certain extent, but we'll be unified in a certain way too. And again, what Michael Shepard and I were talking about is like, that's critical for kind of having a shared language for where we want to go. And yeah, we need to, but I agree, Mike. I think the faster we move, the better.
So, John, just one more, I'll catch you in a second. I just wanted to reflect back to Mike. I think the points that you made, first of all, I really want to make sure that that I resonate with the point about kids. There's no reason we can't have a strategy for achieving connectivity at gigabit and making kids a priority. And, you never get a second chance when you miss your chance at a particular developmental age. You've been involved in education. I was married to a teacher for a long time. Steve's very involved with school districts. Christine's a teacher today. So and she's got a lovely little girl who she thinks about these issues with daily, I'm sure. So what I want to say is that we should do everything we can to not miss opportunities with this generation of young people. So we should keep that eye on that, with a priority on schools and probably libraries and things like that. Where I just wanted to reflect that back. And I do like the Whatcom label. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm sorry I agree with both of you. I would in our goal setting, I wonder if there is a quick, fast lane approach, goal setting, that we can deal with issues now as well as a long-term goal. I don't know, instead of just saying, let's have a 7-year goal, can we do something else to speed it up, saying we want to accomplish this the first year, second year, and maybe the 7th year is when it all comes together, hopefully county-wide community agreement. But the one question I want to ask both of you, Atul and Steve and Christine and Steve, you might want to jump in this if you wish, is if we hire this person, how does that person work with the port? Because I thought we already had a local agreement with the port. And if Gina's already setting up, things already, lining things up, or has done a number of things, would our person, our analyst, work with her? Would they kind of almost report to her or the port? Would they report just to Steve? Would we take our own path? How do you see that coming together? Because I'm having trouble visualizing our person with the port, and I just don't know. Open question. I just asking.
I think the comments that Commissioner Grant brought up earlier in this discussion about her discussion with Port Commissioner Shepherd and establishing, yes, we already have an interlocal agreement. It was pretty specific as to our willingness to participate in the feasibility study. My suggestion is that we take a look at either amending that interlocal agreement and be more specific about what the purpose of the district and the port, why are they joining together on this, broadening it to more of a higher level goal. And I appreciate, Commissioner Deshmani's comments about specific, levels of service or accessibility in terms of speed and all that. But I think that approaching the Port Commission, establishing this broad common goal of what do we want to accomplish together, and then in that interlocal agreement, lay out specific decisions that need to be made as to construction, ownership, operation, and have that overarching goal of what, providing internet access to 99% of all residents and businesses in Whatcom County, connecting to school districts, bring that level, that goal up a notch, not to be too ambiguous, to not set a pattern as to how you get there, but not get into the weeds in terms of, bandwidth and, that type of thing. And that gives an opportunity then to, if the commission approves the position, our broadband analyst position, it creates an opportunity for staff from the PUD to work with staff at the port, trying to implement and bring recommendations back to the two elected boards under that umbrella of that interlocal agreement. And so the question, Mike, I think the answer to the question, how does that person work with Gina? Yeah, it basically gives our staff, that person, the license to officially work with, with port staff under these, under the guidelines of that interlocal agreement. Brian especially, but, I've been working with, Gina for the last two plus years, more of a guidance, if you would, to help her make decisions and recommendations to their commission, to the Port Commission. But that's different than having this PUD hire a staff person, create some funding, set some goals in an interlocal agreement, and moving forward. I think it makes a solid statement to not just to the port, but it makes a solid statement to the community. This, this commission, you all are committed to moving this forward on behalf of everybody in Whatcom County. I think it just creates that administrative structure that everybody recognizes that this is how it's going to work. And that gives a much greater opportunity for Gina and, and our new staff person to bring back to you and bring back to the Port Commission recommendations on, those decisions. So I don't know if that answers your question, Mike.
No, I appreciate what you said, Steve. I'm always trying to think of the community. I'm trying to think of right now our children and how do we support this community beyond the children even too. The jobs are, here we are all on a computer. We're having meetings because of that. Without this, we would be in big trouble. I don't know how we'd ever meet if it wasn't for this program we're using, the computer. And so I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure that when we hire this person, we have a direction we want that person to work with. Definitely sounds like we're going to want them to work with the port and with Gina, and I'll get quiet now.
John, I think you raised your hand. I want to make sure, John, you wanted to speak earlier, and then I want to make sure you had a chance to.
Well, I kind of follow on a little lines of what Steve was commenting. I was trying to move the conversation from the broad goal discussion, which there seemed to be some general consensus over, to how do you move that forward to mean something more than just a discussion on goals. And I think Commissioner Grant was bringing forward the notion of the interaction with the port, whether you do some kind of joint board. My recommendation, we've drafted interlocals. We were close to having one ready to come up in the fall that didn't, timing and other things, it got deferred. My suggestion would be is maybe Commissioner Grant, Steve Joke, meet with Rob Fix, Michael Shepard. The four of them can outline, what that joint interlocal might be. Come back, I can finish up that interlocal on that direction, then bring it back to the commission. We can send it to Rob, and I can take it to the Port Commission to look at. And it's just a general policy direction of starting the strategic initiative to try to formulate how we take the conceptual goals of a gigabyte Whatcom to an implementation strategy, which is really, as Christine said, well, what are we going to do? We talk about goals, but at some point you got to find a way to get on with it, getting on, and to be a little casual. But so my suggestion was just to go back to the beginning of the conversation that Commissioner Grant brought up, and the next steps might be to Steve, Commissioner Grant, meet with her counterpart, Mr. Shepard, and Rob Fix, and Gina too.
So I'd like to move on towards what is maybe direction for staff and for where we're at. So the four subject of our goals, the interlocal, staffing, and the contents of a study that came out of Christine's original presentation on the subject still are what we're talking about. And I think what I want to then summarize is that we're going to work on establishing goals. I think the conversation where it is handed up is jointly with the port, or are we talking about doing that just at the PUD, at our PUD? That's the first thing I'd like to clarify. Do we prepare some kind of a goal statement that's what the PUD thinks, or should we do that jointly with the port? John has talked about preparing an interlocal agreement draft, and with Commissioner Grant working with in staff, working with Commissioner Shepard and staff. And then I think Steve later in this meeting is going to present where we're at in our terms of thinking on our staff person to hire. And then lastly, we have to make a final decision about what the scope of our study is going to be. And so I guess I'd like to figure out on these, what are we asking staff to do, and what are we going to do ourselves as commissioners? So on the subject of goals, can we set up, is it better if a Commissioner Grant, you take on the responsibility of writing up a goal statement for the commission to review? Is that something that maybe you could take on, and then John could lead the effort for the interlocal agreement? And then of course, we're going to hear more about the staffing decision. I could schedule a meeting with Gina, but since Commissioner Grant, you're already talking with Gina Stark on a regular basis, maybe you could also come up with a outline for what the study will do. And I very much embrace everything you said about the study. In particular, I've also embraced everything that Gina Stark has said about the study. I just want to see it get done. The mapping, under identifying economic competitiveness, just rather than just whether someone's being served or not being served, meaning are they being served competitively? And then, and again, the things that I've already brought up about speed testing and the importance of actually having real numbers for at least some real numbers or some representative numbers for what people are actually getting in terms of connectivity, and not relying exclusively on the speed test tool, although it's a lot easier to use. So on those subjects, I'd like to focus in on what our next steps are. So on the goal statement, Commissioner Grant, are you comfortable taking the lead on writing a goal statement for the commission to review?
Yeah, I'm happy to put a brief goal statement down, including some of the things we talked about today. And I think it would be more powerful if it were a sort of joint goal between the port and the PUD. And it sounds like from my conversations with Commissioner Shepherd, he is on board with this too. So I think that Steve, maybe a good next step would be for you and me to have a conversation with Rob and Commissioner Shepherd together about moving the interlocal forward with this goal statement, perhaps sort of as the introduction to the interlocal. And then we can get further down into the weeds, like the scope of the study, how our staffs will interact with each other, and how we're going to go forward with the EDI request together. So happy to take that next step on.
So we need to move pretty quickly, right? Because the EDI window is coming up pretty quickly. So
yeah, so do we want to wait for, I can put the goal statement together. Do we need to have another commission meeting to look at that? Or Steve, is that something you could send to Atul and Mike via email?
My suggestion is that we take a look at the draft interlocal agreement that John put together now over a year ago, and sit down, that you and I and John sit down and take a look at that and try to come up with a first draft of that quote overarching goal statement that would be the introduction into that interlocal agreement. And then as quickly as we can, then get that over to the Port of Bellingham, Rob Fix and Commissioner Shepherd, and see if we can move that forward. I think that would be the next best step.
Okay, I can get that drafted up in the next day or two.
So I want to talk about meetings then, as regards to the interlocal and the goal statement. So our next commission meeting is on the 23rd, regularly scheduled commission meeting. Would it be beneficial to do a special meeting for the purpose of discussing this? When's the EDI window opening up?
I think the port is planning on going to the EDI board, their meeting in March, which I think is the first meeting or the first week of March, I believe.
So that means that the 23rd should be sufficient time to approve a new, we would actually need to approve the interlocal at the 23rd meeting then.
Well, you could approve that. I would call at that point. I mean, you could even approve that as a draft that you could ask that staff send that on to the Port Commission for their consideration.
Okay.
In terms of the EDI request, and I may be speaking out of turn here in terms of what the port, in terms of their timing on the port request, I would suggest that we don't let the first week of March as the EDI board consideration for funding to the port as being the immediate timeline that we have to get ahead of. I think that it's more important to make sure that we're aligned with the port in terms of, you know, an interlocal agreement and, you know, what our two commissions see as the, you know, the vision for the next year to 5 years working together in terms of, you know, getting that in place before, and if the EDI board request for funding for the port has to be put off for a month, I think that would be a whole lot less of an impact moving forward than if we try to get something in place to approach the EDI board as jointly requesting funding, because as Commissioner Grant, I think would agree, is that, you know, there's some concern that if the port goes ahead with the request for funding to the EDI board at this time, considering all the discussion at the state level and at the federal level of funding for broadband services, interconnectivity, education funding, you know, all of that, that's still coming together over the next couple of months here. And I think that it would be more critical, more important for the port and the PUD to come out to the community with some kind of a much more focused vision as to what they want to accomplish, and then try to tie all the funding opportunities together. So.
Okay, well, with that, in terms of the approach moving ahead, it sounds like we have a plan for establishing an interlocal, setting goals for where we want to go. Is there more on this subject? I just wanted to offer one comment, is that while we've been talking about this, it has occurred to me to some degree that it will be beneficial to the degree possible to have flexibility in the interlocal, and recognizing that our goals may evolve, recognizing the roles and responsibility of the staff person might evolve too. So it's important to hire somebody that's going to be flexible, because we are at the early stages and we don't know precisely what we're going to do as it relates to fiber and broadband. And I just wanted to, I was thinking about flexibility and how, as we proceed in this, one thing will necessitate changes, and another thing, our interlocal agreement will quite likely have to be adapted again as time goes on. So importance of flexibility.
And the interlocal doesn't necessarily have to drive into all the details of the, you know, specifications on development, you know, whether you do a dig first, whether you do what the high speed rate might be at the end user. The interlocal can set the structure for the port and the PUD to work together to develop the planning strategies, developing the implementation strategies, set some common schedules and common tasks, and who's going to do what. It doesn't have to define all the precision in this initial interlocal. It can be an overarching guidance document for the entities.
Okay, so I'd like to move on to the, if it's okay, if we're done with this collection of topics, briefly mention 2 meetings I had. One was a conversation with John Humphreys by phone, and then a follow-up Zoom meeting that was set up yesterday morning to discuss a couple of groups of people, one out by Blaine, the other one out off of Mount Baker Highway. And what these groups want to do is to take advantage of fiber that's going nearby their neighborhoods and work out arrangements to tap into that fiber and create local loops for neighborhoods. And there's several people, I would say there's probably half a dozen projects outside of Blaine and Sumas, but I would probably say that Blaine and Sumas are probably both there's probably potential for doing that there as well. To take advantage of one of the things that we mentioned, I think 2 meetings ago, I don't remember which commissioner initiated, but it wasn't me. And the conversation was, maybe we should try to learn by doing and take little steps. And the reason I went ahead and had this meeting when folks approached me about it was because it seemed like a good way to take little steps would be to work out arrangements to be helpful to, be supportive of these groups wanting to set up their own neighborhood fiber solutions. And we'd learn a lot. They're of course working on the last mile problem. And what I wanted to do is to bring this to the commission's attention. I would like to have a follow-up meeting to discuss this in more depth so that I can actually talk about some possibilities for how the PUD might be involved, to involve staff from the PUD, to involve staff from the port, and explore how we might be able to support. And by the way, the projects that I'm talking about are actually the one near Blaine apparently, as well as the one near off of Mount Baker Highway, have their own ideas based on fiber that's already existing that they may be able to tap into. So I wanted to follow up. I plan to follow up. I wanted to get feedback from the commission on this subject to see if this is something that the commission would be beneficial to learn more about and explore.
I think I've been in communication with, I've talked to a citizen in Blaine that has a similar, I think we're talking to the same people.
Is that Jamie?
What?
Is that Jamie?
Yeah, Jamie Douglas, who I think is on as a participant. And so I think it's a great idea to explore. I think it would be something that, I think that getting the broadband analyst hired would be the first step, and then having that be one of the many projects that the broadband analyst looks into. I think it would also be interesting to see where the chips fall with House Bill 1336 and how that might change the way we evaluate those pilot projects if we have retail authority. So, the legislative session will be over very soon, relatively speaking. But I mean, I think it's a great, I was the one that said, we gotta kind of start small. And so, looking into those opportunities, I think makes a lot of sense. And there's a lot of details that would need to be worked out. So that's why I think the urgency is around finalizing the broadband analyst job description, and then moving forward with their help.
Okay, yeah, I'll share that back with so you're talking to the group out of Blaine. I'll follow up with Jamie as well as the gentleman whose name escapes me, who's working on a project around Mount Baker Highway, letting them know that we're very interested, but we want to get our new staff person on board first. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Okay. All right, I'll follow up.
Great.
That resolves the item I wanted to talk about under old business. Is there anything more about old business and fiber and so on and so forth that we want to cover now?
Just a couple comments on the discussion about study and interlocal agreement. And in the last PUD Association Friday Facts, there was an article on Grays Harbor PUD. And we are reaching out to Grays Harbor to get a copy of their RFP that they issued to get proposals for the PUD. That PUD is considering looking at East Harbor County and looking at doing the same thing that I think that we're now advancing on, and that is looking at areas on their East County and coming up with a long-term plan of how to best serve those areas and what role the PUD should take, and basically coming up with a business plan. And so we're asking Grays Harbor PUD to get a copy of the RFP that they submitted or that they put out to get the proposal. Apparently they have already hired a firm to conduct that work. And I think that might be a good piece of work that we can probably follow. The other is that we talk about, I think the idea that Commissioner Grant brought up in terms of, naming this this effort is, Gigabyte Whatcom. And just to remind all of you that we have a little hummingbird on a logo that this PUD developed some 20 years ago. And I think that it might be apropos to consider using that same logo and the word underneath that hummingbird, which is a title for the program that the PUD was looking at advancing at that time, was called Infinite. We don't set a number, we say, and I think that would speak well to what Commissioner Desmati, brought up about the speed that we may be seeing double, triple, 6, 10 times over the next, 10 to 15 years, is that Infinite really doesn't put a number on it. It says that we're advancing the idea of looking to the future and providing, the ultimate service as we can. So something to think about. And we've got a lot of pencils that we could still use.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Does that conclude old business? Anything else under old business? So let's move on to new business. And I think Brian's going to take over here.
Alec will take the first one, Commissioner, 5A.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. This goes along with our discussion this morning. This is all about installing fiber for the PUD's purpose. I believe it was in 2016 we started installing fiber for our operations. This PSA is for work with Electrical Power Services, Inc. They have actually designed our fiber installation, and one of the goals we set for fiber was to put it everywhere we had infrastructure, and we have had 4 fiber projects. This would be the design for the 5th one. 3 things occurred that delayed this project. One is acquiring an easement with Alcoa to extend fiber from our existing easement to the electric substation on site at Alcoa. A second thing that probably was more impactful is that this design involves crossing the fuel utilities that are at Cherry Point, and they're very strict about how other utilities can cross them. And so it's probably been a 2-year process to solve how we can get across the fuel utilities. We've actually changed our route 3 times, which is why this PSA needs to get reestablished. It has expired. The design is complete, but the project is not out to bid. And so in order to complete this project, we have to establish a new professional service agreement with EPS. And what we will do, if you approve this, is amend a work order to complete this 5th project that we've installed fiber. COVID was the 3rd thing, I think, that really delayed us in this. And so what we're asking is that you approve this professional service agreement with EPS. And this agreement does not involve any dollar amount. I think if this is approved, the amendment to finish this project would be in the neighborhood of $10,000 to this engineering firm. So we're asking that you approve this PSA.
And this is an aerial project, correct?
No, this is in ground. This will connect fiber from Douglas Road vaults in parallel with our inner tie out to the Alcoa property, and then it will take a turn west to the substation.
So do we follow? Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
I just wanted to add that this is a high priority project for us, because with this extension of the fiber, it'll set us up for a second connection to the Bonneville's communication system at the substation.
Providing us redundancy.
Correct.
And then also enabling room for additional expansion. Is this conduit big enough that we're planning to install for future upgrades?
Yeah, this project, it involves a conduit that has within it 3 individual conduits, and we will only occupy one of the 3. So there will be 2 spare pathways, and that's been our design in every one of our fiber projects. So clearly not in the aerial are you going to have a third, second, and spare, but in all in-ground applications, we have installed 2 additional pathways.
And
Is that Christine? Grant?
So I just, when we do that, is that sort of along the lines of what we would do with the dig once policy? We're putting those extra lines in there to prepare for future fiber that we might want?
That has been built into the design. And prior to the dig once notion, I think both our electricians and in our fiber, we always intend to install extra conduit, and we have in pretty much all projects. Any other questions?
go ahead, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Say, if we're running fiber out to Alcoa, then we're not that far away from Birch Bay. Then we're not that far away from Sumas. Is there possibility for any extension to those areas through this fiber that would benefit the community? Or is this something that we just have to keep isolated for our own use?
Well, this fiber is for our own use, and Brian might have more about, it's cybersecurity concerns are utmost with our own fiber, and so this terminates at basically Kickerville Road at the Alcoa property. We can extend from there with another project, and simply, and we're intending to be able to jump off and run basically for our own internal use. Our goal is to get fiber all the way out to D station, and that way our SCADA system can be a lot better serving to our facility out there. But this particular run, this is for our use, but there are additional conduits for whether it's our expansion or for the public.
And I need to correct myself because I think I said Sumas and I think I should have said Blaine. But I do know there's businesses out there. There's also Birch Bay Water and Sewer, as well as a community in the Birch Bay, followed by Blaine, and then from there on. So, okay. I thought when you said we had 3 run out in that area and we're only using 1, I thought, well, maybe one of the others could serve that area.
So if I can add, Commissioner, you know, for the conduit that we'll be occupying, just as Alex said, for cybersecurity reasons, this is part of our network. We did not contemplate any sharing of fiber strands within the cabling that we're placing. However, with the spare conduit, there is a possibility of third-party use. However, then we get into the issue, who gets to, if there's repairs, maintenance, or improvements to the third-party fiber, do we let them in our trench? You know, it gets into the issue of, again, security and access to those locations. So I would say it's a topic for further discussion with caution.
I have one more question. So did I hear it correctly that, so we don't have fiber out to D Station yet?
We do not.
We do not, but that's a project we want to do in the future.
It's a goal for us, yes.
Okay.
But
Well, you know,
we're currently using radio communications at East Station.
okay. Well, when we get there, you know, I think it would be really interesting, given how close the BP refinery is to D Station, to think about, you know, the BP being our first fiber customer, possibly. You know, just something to consider. There'd be, of course, a lot of details to work out, like you said, Brian, but I know from talking to some people there that they really struggle with their conductivity there. And since they're one of our largest existing customers now, it could be an interesting first step with retail fiber.
I assume they had their own dedicated fiber.
BP does have fiber. My understanding is they're served by Wave Broadband currently, but there are issues in that area in terms of connectivity and basically the width of the broadband service.
I'm sure that would be an interesting topic, competitive topic. So any further discussion on this professional service agreements with PSI?
I'll make a motion that we move forward with Energy Power Systems EPS, authorizing the general manager to execute the PSA.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, as a motion, a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we have, I guess we heard, Christine, did you say aye as well?
I did.
Okay, so the motion carries. And then now we have a presentation coming up with from the Energy Authority.
Yes, commissioners, I thought I'd start with a few brief comments to basically set the context that leads to TA's presentation. But before I do that, I want to do a gut check on time. You know, we've run long. I anticipate this presentation with questions it's going to take around an hour. And I've already checked with TEA staff. They have the availability, they have the time to go, but just wanted to make sure regarding the commission's schedule and availability for another hour just on this topic.
I'm fine for that. I would appreciate 5 minutes to take care of an animal matter. I could go feed my chickens right now. So if we could take a 5-minute break, I would appreciate it.
I'm okay with another hour.
All right, is everyone okay with starting at 9:45 again then for a short break?
That works for me.
Okay, great. Thank you all. So we'll resume at 9:45 with the presentation. Thank you.
Ready to go, Anna? Are you gonna lead off or is Jeff?
My boss is gonna leave.
Yeah, I didn't know if Anna was back yet. I was going to kick us off, Brian, and then
Okay, smart answer.
Anna's doing the heavy lifting, though.
Okay, well, I'll do some introductory remarks. I'm not gonna steal your thunder. Still want you to give, your background, talk about the company, but I'll start it off. Let me get there. Any illusion that it's not cold out, I went outside at the break and my dog's water dish is frozen solid. He's there trying to bust through with his nose.
It's definitely cold. We have some fresh snow falling as we speak over here in Eastern Washington.
What
Quite
part of
beautiful.
Eastern Washington? What part of Eastern Washington are you in?
Over by Walla Walla.
Oh, over there in wine country. Well, I appreciate your patience and waiting through. You probably heard more about broadband than you want to for a while. It's a big issue for us. So
Yeah, it is a big issue. Brian, shall I go ahead and share the screen then?
why don't you wait a minute till everybody gets back and then. If everybody comes back.
Somebody's probably having to get the chickens fresh water.
Okay, we ready to get started again?
Like all three commissioners are here. You want me to go ahead, Commissioner Desmani?
Yes, go ahead.
As I said before, I just wanted to make a few brief comments that leads into the Energy Authority's presentation. And as you can see, I believe on your screen there, we will have 3 staff members of TEA with us today. It's Jeff Fuller, Anna Berg, and Todd O'Keefe. They will be each handling portions of the presentation, I assume. But to get on with it, as you're aware, the PUD's electric utility has forecast significant load growth in the next few years. And in fact, our current load is such that we have current electric load requirements that are roughly equivalent to our maximum allocation of Bonneville power that's available to us at the lowest tier 1 rate. So, given that, we're kind of at a crossroads here. In the past, we've really relied totally on Bonneville Power Supply. Bonneville has been sort of like our benevolent godfather, if you will, handling all matters associated with power supply. We merely, as a public utility, were able to purchase that supply at the lowest price and have it delivered to our load centers. But going forward, because of the load growth and the fact that we've already used up our tier 1 allocation, we're going to have to make some decisions that we've never had to make before. And so by crossroads, I mean, the big decision for us is, do we remain with Bonneville Power to meet all our load requirements going forward? And if we do so, that has pricing implications and other contract provisions that we have to abide by, or do we, with this load growth facing us, consider non-federal sources of power supply? And that could be in addition to Bonneville or without regard for Bonneville. So, and the other factors that are really facing us now is the type of energy resources we might acquire should we go off on our own. We obviously have to meet state regulatory requirements, and I'm thinking specifically of CETA in terms of clean energy. And so we have a point in time in the future where we're going to have to demonstrate to the state that our resource mix is non-emitting and renewable. So that's the challenge before us. We are exposed somewhat in terms of our existing power supply portfolio, and that a small portion of that portfolio is considered from emitting resources. So with that in mind, a couple of years ago, we started looking forward and thinking about how to address this future. And we began reaching out to other utility organizations and consultants for assistance and helping us kind of frame that future and help us make some decisions around power supply and type of energy resources. And so we have with us here today, we last year retained the services of the Energy Authority. And one of the reasons we reached out to them because they have extensive experience and skill sets and just the type of thing that we'll be looking at. And that's, resource acquisition, it's resource management, and it's looking at how to manage those resources, particularly variable resources if we're considering renewables, how you manage those resources in real time. And the Energy Authority basically is a public utility owned organization. So they're familiar with us. And in fact, they deal with public utilities across the nation. And indeed, there's several Washington State PUDs besides ourselves that are utilizing their services. So with that, I'll step aside. And this presentation today is really kind of setting the basis, looking at our Bonneville power purchase agreement, provisions in that agreement, and how they accommodate new resource acquisition. And then it's looking forward at what some of our alternatives are in terms of serving our above tier 1 load requirements. So with that, I'll step aside and let TEA go to it. Jeff?
All right. Thanks, Brian. That was a great introduction. You took my first few slides there, so I think I'll turn it over to Anna here. No, just kidding. No, I think Brian did set a really good foundation for the purposes of today's discussion. And, obviously, as Brian said, the district's trying to figure out how to serve these loads. The environment is becoming more challenging in addition to the Bonneville contract issues that Brian highlighted. There's also CETA, which he mentioned. There's also resource adequacy movement underway to ensure that all load serving entities have adequate capacity on the grid to meet their peak requirements. There's expansion of Western markets. Some of the markets that were set up in California are moving more broadly in the West. You may have heard of the EIM or Energy Imbalance Market that Bonneville will be joining here in 2022. Again, the world's just getting more and more complicated. I think the good news is, though, that I'll say up front is that utilities have successfully navigated through these challenges. There are well-established practices for how to assess risk, manage risk, acquire non-federal resources, and make these decisions that the district is facing. And really our goal today is just to start a conversation, provide some background on the Bonneville power sales contract, some of these issues that really hopefully will begin to lay a foundation for what will eventually become a strategy that the district puts together in order to navigate the future and figure out how to serve these non-federal loads. So want to start and take a step back and talk about your Bonneville power sales contract to begin with. That's obviously key. It's foundational to your power supply and will remain a big piece of your power supply, I think, in any future. And then as Brian talked about, you have choices. I think your first choice is going to be coming up here in September, if I'm not mistaken, and Anna can correct me here in just a minute if I'm wrong, about whether or not to serve any incremental load growth tier 2 loads from BPA through the 2024 through 2028 period, which is the end of your, or the balance of the term of your current Bonneville power sales contract. And we'll talk about some pros and cons of non-federal versus continuing to serve your loads with BPA. Talk about some of these other issues that are coming up, like CETA, talk about some milestones that are coming up, and then conclude with a summary and next steps. So before I do turn it over to Anna, who's going to do the heavy lift, and if you could go to the next slide, I did just want to provide a real quick introduction on who TEA is. As Brian said, we're a not-for-profit portfolio management and power marketing company that is owned by 7 large public utilities throughout the United States. So most of those 7 utilities are, utilities like a city of Seattle size, Snohomish, Tacoma type utilities, and in a couple instances even bigger than those. And then we provide services on a fee-for-service basis to another approximately 60 entities across the United States. We've got 2 offices. Our corporate headquarters is in Jacksonville, Florida, but all of our business in the Western Interconnect is managed out of our Western Operations Center, which is located in Bellevue, Washington, so just a little south of you. And we've got about 200 employees, roughly 50 in Bellevue and then 150 in Jacksonville. If you want to go to the next slide. This next slide just gives you a kind of a snapshot of who we serve. We do serve utilities across the United States. As Brian said, we do work exclusively for municipal entities. Basically instrumentalities of state or state agencies are who we work for. Here in the Pacific Northwest, to home in on what's most relevant, we have a handful of slice customers. There's about 8 slice customers that we provide full portfolio management services to. There's another 3 slice customers that use the software that we developed to manage the Federal Columbia River Hydro System and a software as a service solution. And then we also, and more specific to Whatcom, have a couple of load following clients that we're working for. We're currently working for Klickitat PUD and Umatilla Electric Cooperative at the present time, and are also having conversations with others that are in a similar situation to Whatcom and looking to grow. So with that, a little bit of background, I will turn it over to Anna. And I think we'd like to keep this, conversational. So as we go through this, certainly if you have questions, feel free to jump in at any time with your questions. But with that, Anna, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, can you hear me now? Great, thank you. I apologize for the man behind the screen. He is putting in a brand new storm window for me, and it's 28 degrees, so I'm very thankful he's here today. So I apologize. I may mute if you hear hammering. I'll do my best here, Jeff, so should be just a moment. Anyway, good morning. It's such a pleasure to be with you all. And I was admiring your tenacity and willingness to jump right in and your conversations about broadband. And so here we are, as Assistant General Manager Walters mentioned, talking about power supply. So before you can think about what's required, it is really good to set some context and background. And that is the goal today, as Jeff mentioned, and that is, what is this BPA power contract we have and how did we get here? So it's funny to me, thinking back, since I've been in the business for over 20 years, to think about, we were dialoguing as a region with Bonneville back in the the early 2000s about what the future power products would look like and what the next long-term contract would be. And the thinking at that time, of course, was wanting to secure the benefits of the federal-based hydro system for public power, like Whatcom PUD, over the next 20 years, and how could that happen? At the same time, there was a discussion about having a new tiered rates approach. And it was really something Bonneville, having gone through multiple rate cases, 3 years, 5 years, every 2 years, lots of contention in the region about who pays what. They were looking for a predictable and durable construct. So the idea of tiering came out and came to the forefront. And so as Assistant General Manager Walters mentioned, really the contracts walk hand in hand with this tiered rates construct. And that is, there's a maximum total amount or a pie of Bonneville that's available. It's called the Tier 1 system. And allocation would be to the public power entities based on their share of the pie. And basically you would pay for your cost of that system. And what it did put into place is incentivized utilities to recognize conservation was key, something that you would want to pursue within your own service territory, and also an interest in, if you do have growth above that Tier 1 level, then you most certainly would want to plan for that. And so together, these power contracts that about 135 customers like Whatcom PUD signed in late 2008 came along with the tiered rates methodology, which was finalized a bit later in 2009. And that has governed the contract term here from October 2011, typo there, I apologize, through September 2028 when the contracts end. So that's just a little thumbnail sketch. And please stop me if I'm using a term that's not familiar or if you have questions. As Jeff mentioned, we really want to have a dialogue here. So with that background in mind, what kind of products did Bonneville offer? What are the basis of the contracts we have in place today? So Whatcom PUD has the load following product. That is what the utility signed up for when it signed those contracts with Bonneville. And essentially, Bonneville does the planning. They plan and provide for the utility, and they meet every single hour of the year retail need, whatever that might be, on the coldest days, on the hottest days, on the spring days when everyone has their heat turned off. Bonneville does this from the federal power system or the Tier 1 system, and this energy is at cost, if I can say it that way. When I say Tier 1 system, it's the slice of the pie that the customer pays its cost for. There are periods when the Tier 1 system, because it's hydro, is deficit. So in the winter, when loads are higher than they otherwise would be and the system can't provide everything, Bonneville is making market purchases behind the scene on their trading floor to help supplement what the system can provide to customers under these contracts. And in the same way, there are periods when they have surpluses, and the monetization of those, or selling off that surplus into the wholesale energy market, those revenues offset the power costs. And those are all reconciled within the tiered rates methodology. So this is the current product that Whatcom PUD has at this time. I'll pause for questions, just in case there are any. Okay. All right, hearing none, I'll continue on. Block is a different product, and Block supplies a planned amount of energy each month, and that is intended to help serve the utility's forecast load. Notice the difference. Load following, exactly whatever is occurring, the actual is what Bonneville's serving under load following. Under the Block product, there's a forecast Bonneville will serve. They won't serve actual. So the same amount of Block is every hour of the month. So for instance, on Puget Sound, public utility, I'll say Snohomish, which is where I spent quite a bit of time as a power manager there, they're winter peaking, very similar to Whatcom PUD. And with that, that means more energy is needed in the winter. But in May, where temperatures start to mellow out, less energy is needed. So the Block amount would be much higher based on the need and the profile of the utility's load in the winter periods, and less in the summer. Several customers have the Block only product. I would say, pointing to Seattle City Light, they have many of their own large hydro resources, And this block fits nicely in how they take delivery under the current construct and contract term with Bonneville. Moving over to the slice product, you may have heard the term slice product. It is a more complex product, but really it's very similar because it is coming from the federal system. The customer has the ability to schedule the amount of power they need, and anything that's surplus to the need, they would be required to surplus or sell in the market. It's typically combined with the block product, and each hour's output or the request from the utility varies with whatever's happening on the federal hydro system. So Bonneville has obligations to provide reliability for the region. There are also other federal system operating constraints, such as supporting fish and certain flows during certain periods of the year to help with migration out and in of the different fish species in the rivers. And again, utility, not Bonneville. Over here, Bonneville has to make the market purchases or makes the market sales when things are surplus. For the slice product, the utility itself is taking on that obligation to make those purchases if there isn't enough energy available, and make sales in periods of their surplus. So this is tended just to be a thumbnail sketch of the 3 different products that are very common that utilities like Whatcom in the region had access to, and then each utility chose the one that worked best for them.
And if I might add, the reason we chose the load following product several years ago is really twofold. One is that it really met the way we were staffed. We're minimally staffed on the electric utility side, and the load following product required the least staff involvement. And the second thing is, it was our perspective that the load following product offers the utility the least risk in terms of power supply costs and uncertainty.
Say, Brian, can I add to that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Also, didn't it have a lot to do with our customer too, wanting to get the best price for their consumption for that year? And that's why we went with that too. Isn't that part of the
load following product? In discussions with our refinery customer, it presented the least pricing risk. Industry doesn't like uncertainty, and this product at the time offered that, the least uncertainty.
So if we were to go to, let's just say we decided we wanted to go to a block product with BPA, what would we have to do?
Well, let's just jump right into that, shall we? I'm going to say, if you could hold your question just for a moment, I'm going to go ahead and bring the 2 together, and then I'll go back to that question.
Sure.
In the current construct that you're in right now, I am not aware that you have any opportunity to change from the product you have to something different. But going forward into the next contract time frame, that absolutely is possible, and we'll talk through what that looks like. So bringing the contracts together with the rate design, here's the framework. Wanted to give you a sense of how does it work for Whatcom in particular. Tried to give you a little visual here, and so I'll speak to this on the right side as well. So as Assistant General Manager Walters mentioned, Whatcom has a contract high water mark, or the maximum amount of energy it can purchase from Bonneville at cost, or the tier 1 rate from the tier 1 system. And so that is this black line here. So there could never be a purchase of 30 megawatts or a purchase of 40, unlikely nothing below 27. But every 2 years, Bonneville determines how the slice of the pie is going to be allocated. And so while you're eligible to purchase up to the 27.23 average megawatts, some utilities actually lose load, or their load declines, whether there's customers who leave their territory, or there's increased attention to conservation measures and acquisition. And so, as you can imagine, across Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and parts of Montana, the needs vary every 2 years, some up, some down. And so Bonneville then establishes the rate period high water mark process, which they just completed last summer, to understand where are the loads, how much are they going to need to allocate of the system, how much is left, and this helps them determine the revenue requirement and how they'll set rates for the next 2-year rate period. And those rates, whether they're credits or charges, we're going to flow through to the monthly power bill for Whatcom. It also is a great reminder, and I think this might be when Assistant General Manager Walters and I first were talking, along with Jeff and Todd, was, hey, we're seeing some growth poke out above this contract high watermark, and we probably need to start talking about how we're going to fill that. So this is the time every 2 years when Bonneville reminds, hey, here's the size of the pie, the size of the tier 1 system, and there's new growth that you show on your horizon. And now under this tiered rates framework, the customer needs to start planning for that. And there's many options to be thinking about, and that's what we'll focus on. Questions, others?
How does Bonneville calculate our allocation?
Great question. So in the rate period high watermark process, I'll just go to that just occurred last fall. Bonneville meets with its customers and either load forecasts for them and then visits with each individual utility, but they are using an econometric end use model to understand what is happening. They're paying attention to the high growth areas, maybe where server farms and Bitcoin and others might be landing. They're paying attention to growth in the region. They're also paying attention to industrial closures and other business shutdowns, including COVID. They're talking about all of those things with utilities in the region to get a thumbnail sketch of how are we looking? Are we going to need to go augment the system because there's not sufficient tier 1 capability? Are we going to go need to make some purchases, or how are we going to do that? And so really it's a series of the sum of all the region's customers' loads, like Whatcom, Snohomish, Seattle, Tacoma, Klickitat, Umatilla, all of the different public power entities. And then it's simple math. What is the sum of the total load over the sum of the total system? And that assigns a % allocation.
Brian?
Yes, Commissioner Murphy.
I thought that you had to look into a crystal ball and come up with a 28-year forecast, and yet BPA revisits every 2 years. Why do they have that advantage and you did not have that advantage?
Well, I don't know if I'd put it that way, Commissioner. You know, there's forecasting for the long term, which is needed for a planning basis, but there's forecast in the short term. It's the time to fine tune those forecasts. And I will say, you know, Bonneville does this modeling on forecasting the loads of all its public utility customers, but then there is that opportunity for the fine tuning. It is a collaborative process. Particularly over the last year, I've spent a lot of time working with Bonneville forecasters on informing them on what we see as new load growth on our system, having them incorporate that into their models. And, you know, we come to a meeting of the minds before that forecast going forward is set. So it is a collaborative process, but Bonneville does have more horsepower than we do to do those analyses.
But at the same time, aren't we actually purchasing 28 instead of 27.23?
Right now, we're purchasing approximately what our maximum high water mark is, but interesting, and this is to add what Anna has said, is that for this next rate period, Bonneville has set our rate period high water mark based on all the information they have on the loads for all the other customers, and our access to power tier 1, you know, cost-based power has actually gone down slightly from that maximum. So going forward, we're forecast for the next rate period to buy Bonneville power priced at the tier one, the cost-based power, as well as a slight amount of power priced at the tier two rate, which is a market-based product. So no, currently we're not buying 28.
Okay, any other questions? With that as context, there are many different ways for a utility that has a Bonneville Power contract to serve new load growth. And we're going to walk through a couple of examples of purchasing from market and also renewable resources. So in a nutshell, utilities with the load following product, as we talked about, have done this before. Jeff mentioned at the start of our presentation that many have experienced load growth and many have procured a variety of different resources to meet their need. And here are the common approaches that have been used, and there is mix and match of all different kinds depending on the utility and their situation. But we talked about BPA Tier 2 service. That is a service where Bonneville, if there is notice provided to them by a certain time, this case, September 30th, 2021, that Bonneville can serve that need if you let them know what that need is and the amount. And then you have the opportunity to adjust it as you get closer in time. But for right now, the contract stipulates by September 30th, for a 5-year commitment, you would need to advise Bonneville what to do. And they likely would be purchasing from the market to fill that need. Acquiring resources is the other avenue, which is whether or not you do it on your own or you work with someone like TEA for wholesale market purchases or products to fill that growth, or if you pursue owning or developing your own resource, that could be solar, that could be wind, or power purchase agreement, which is maybe a longer term commitment, whether it be for a market product or a renewable resource. That's what we mean when we're talking about acquire resource. It's something that is not Bonneville Tier 2, it's something else. And then of course, any combination you could think of those above. So when we first started working with Whatcom, here is the sketch of what we are working with. And that is, here's your annual Tier 1 allocation, assuming it's 27 average megawatts. That's your contract high water mark, and it wiggles around a little bit every 2 years for the rate period. And that's serving your load at this time. And also I understand a water plant load that is in Puget Sound Energy's Balancing Authority, but it is served by Bonneville. And directing your attention to the green bars here, this is the new process refinery load that we are hearing might come on. And Brian, I'd look to you. It's probably getting more and more certain Q4 2022 sometime in about 5 megawatts. And when they're fully up, it'll be 7 megawatts of additional load. And then, not to be outdone, apparently Whatcom is the place to be and folks are wanting to locate there. And so as early or as late as 2024, depending on your perspective, that load is going to jump again, perhaps as much as 13 to 26 megawatts over time. So we're going to focus now and say Bonneville is taking care of this section down here. And this is where we're going to direct our attention on what and how could you serve that need with new resource types. Questions? Comments? Brian, anything you'd like to add here?
Well, no, just that here again, these are forecasts. You know, it is somewhat crystal ball, but we have a mix here. I think the green pretty well captures load. We have 99% certainty is going to show up. The blue load is more speculative, but we have to plan for it now. It's probably the one mantra or one key point I'd like to get across is that given the nature of resource planning, you have to plan, make decisions in advance of the load actually showing up. So that presents some issues and challenges.
Yes, well said.
So on that issue of planning ahead, if was going to commit supply to the PUD as a supplier of energy, I would, if I was going to make commitments to supply the PUD in 2024, 2025, this incremental amount, I'd want a commitment from the PUD that if you don't take it, that you still pay something. Is that typical in the power market?
Todd, are you still on? Would you like to jump at that?
Yeah, I think it's, well, generally you're right. If the PUD enters into a bilateral agreement, signs a power purchase agreement with a counterparty, for example, take delivery of 7 megawatts from 2024 through 2028. If it turned out that you didn't need that anymore, I think the first recourse would be to go back to the counterparty and see if you can make some sort of arrangement, unwind the transaction at prevailing market prices. And it kind of depends on which way that went, how that would go for the PUD. Or alternatively, you would have to resell it yourself to somebody else. So yeah, you can't just say, never mind. These contracts are typically take or pay until you make some sort of arrangement to take care of it.
Commissioner Desmati, to add to what Todd said, and putting it in the context of the Bonneville contract, right now, under previous decisions we made at decision points, we're obligated to take Bonneville Power at the Tier 2 price for the next 2 Bonneville fiscal years. If we were to add another resource during that period, make a commitment to that resource, we're still obligated to cover our Tier 2 obligation to Bonneville, even though we wouldn't be taking that power from Bonneville. So you're correct. There are decisions made and they have cost consequences. That's why the decision in September of this year is so important, because it obligates us or not to Bonneville Tier 2 power going forward through the 2028 period.
So I believe one small nuance, and Anna, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that,
Sure.
if you procure, say, 7 megawatts and you're just delivering it to Whatcom PUD service territory from power plant somewhere, or market hub somewhere, and your load ends up shorter, I believe that your load is less, that purchase would offset some of your Tier 1 purchase. So you would end up, buying less cheap Tier 1 power, and it'd be offset by that additional Tier 2 power that it turned out you didn't really need. So there is some mechanism. You're not just buying power and sending it off into the ether. It's just backing off the cheaper Tier 1 power that you're purchasing from Bonneville.
I have a quick question. Could you walk me through how you came up with the numbers for the new industrial load from 2024 to 2028? The blue, basically.
Sure. And so Brian probably does this better. We knew this was going to trip him up in 2024, right?
You want to take this? The numbers there are really reflective of information that I gave TEA and Anna. Starting with the green, this is in discussions with our existing retail customer in terms of process load growth. So this is an attempt to forecast what that process growth will look like once those new equipment's online, probably in that 22-23 period. Probably the ones that are least certain are those blue lines. And here again, this is my input. Given the amount of interest there is in locating new facilities at Cherry Point. I use as a starting off point the renewable diesel plant, the Green Apple plant that was proposed a few years ago. Knowing that that plant has now been terminated in terms of going forward on it, going on the assumption that based on all the interest there is in building out there and rising interest in clean fuel production facilities, that we should forecast some amount of load above that green load and plan for it, even if it may not materialize. So it's, Commissioner Grant, it's somewhat speculative, but at the same time, it's kind of hedging our bet and making sure we're not caught with our proverbial pants down if those loads show up. And so here again, we have to plan in advance of actual need and have to make some assumptions. And that's basically the 13 megawatts, the 26 megawatts are assumption driven for planning purposes.
It also really helps illustrate a couple of things as you think about planning for the future. You'll see how these bars on the next slide, whether they're 10 or 15 or 11 and 22, the idea is the green is treated one way as you think about it, and this under the Bonneville construct triggers another conversation. So this is really illustrative at this point from my perspective. And so let's just jump in there. So let's talk about the green bars, and let's just talk about the short term here as we go from the fourth quarter of 2022 until that new, whatever it might be, load shows up at sometime in the fourth quarter of 2024 is the forecast. So in this lavender section here, we have the forecast growth. This is the incremental. And then at peak, there also is some need to be even a bit higher on their peak days. But how might you serve that? And so we're going to focus here as Whatcom PUD with a load following contract. If you went to market, what kind of resources are out there that you could plan for that might work well with what your current portfolio and contract are with Bonneville? And then further down the slides, we'll focus on this larger, again, unknown load growth, but what would happen if, and how might you think about that? So a power purchase agreement is an agreement for any length of term that you can find with a counterparty in the market or the wholesale energy market. These products are competitive. There are fairly liquid and visible, and sellers who are providing these market products understand BPA's requirement that this would be serving above high watermark load. And there are certain things that need to occur, such as it has to be scheduled and tagged and transmission might be required. And they're happy to help out for, you notice, a $1 fee. So it's not just the market price for the energy, it's, I'll call the handling service for the energy from the market as well. If Whatcom was also interested in having the environmental attributes, the clean, green environmental attributes, or wanting to specify a source to make sure it's not a source of carbon into the portfolio, then that would also have a cost adder on it. So this is a readily available contract out there. Power purchase agreement is the mechanism. It could be 1-year term. It could be 2-year term. It could be 5-year term. And certain other fine print details come into play. And I raise these just so you're aware that it just doesn't show up like the Bonneville contract where someone's doing something every hour of the day. That's Bonneville. But with this extra power purchase agreement, there are certain actions and costs that come on top of the energy price. So as I mentioned, someone has to forecast or say, where's it coming from? And that creates an electronic tag to show where it's generated from, and then it's delivered to the Whatcom PUD. That likely requires transmission and how it would get from point A to point B to serve your customer needs. There's ancillary services costs that apply. because the generator has to carry some extra reserves to be able to make sure it can be backed up in case it fails to deliver. And then a conversation on a commercial side is, do you need the product to be shaped to match a seasonal load or a peaking period, such as for a refinery that might have a peaking difference than you've had in the past? And then the unfortunate fine print is, if you miss any of these and go over and back finger the tag, so instead of needing 7, you said we're taking 9, there could be an unauthorized increased charge if it's not scheduled correctly. So these are all deep in the weeds, but this product, a market product from the wholesale energy market, is readily available out there for various term lengths from credit-worthy counterparties. It just needs to be managed. Questions, comments?
I have a quick question. When you say new transmission service may be required for delivery, is that a cost or is that construction of new transmission service?
Oh, great clarifying question. Thank you, Commissioner. New transmission is a new reservation on the transmission network, if it's available, to deliver that resource to the Whatcom PUD load. My understanding is Whatcom PUD is a network transmission customer of Bonneville with a contract, but the amount of transmission being purchased would go up because there's more energy that would come across it. So it's not building new wires, it's reserving additional capability to manage this delivery.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Other questions, comments before moving on to a renewable example? Oh, hearing none. This is what wind looks like in the Northwest. And this is just a snapshot, not to freak you out at all, but just to let you know when we talk about wind or solar being variable, that's what we mean. An energy product from the market would be the same amount every hour for the hours that you needed it. But with a renewable resource fueled in this case by wind, some moments there's wind, other moments there is no wind. And so this is a true snapshot of Northwest wind from November 1st through the 10th. And it shows you across time, this is a 48-hour period. 9-day period. It shows you across time that there's periods of no wind. And what I wanted to draw your attention to is there are also periods of lots of wind and everything in between. And so the red dashed line is the schedule that we thought the wind was going to show up, and the tag or the guaranteed delivery to the customer was forecast to be this red amount. But in actuality, after the fact, you find out, nope. In this particular period, we thought there was going to be about 65 right here, but it turned out there was below 20. So there is a difference there of here's what we thought was going to happen, and it turned out to be something else. So in the case of wind, it is a little more expensive to shape it and serve that new load growth. It's completely doable. It just comes with extra costs, just eyes wide open in how to manage that. So for a wind power purchase agreement, the wind owners typically sell the wind output as produced. It's not anything I've seen where they guarantee an amount every hour. They might say on an annual basis, it'll produce X. If it produces less than that, then there might be some financial mechanism. But really, you're dealing with the day in, day out, hour in, hour out as produced. The great news is that wind resources are much cheaper today than they were when we first started seeing wind come into the region in the early 2000s. And the power purchase term is definitely longer than a market product. Developers are definitely looking to secure for the life of the asset. In many cases, wind can be 15 to 20 years in terms of a power purchase agreement, versus the market tends to be in the 1 to 5 year range. Wind projects become a little more complicated if you just need a portion of it. We have experience with wind as a TEA manager and scheduler for several clients. And the ones that are more complicated is when you have multiple off-takers for a project. So imagine if you're a utility that wants to take 100% of the offtake of a 100 megawatt project. That's just one person's output to schedule to their load or schedule to the market if it's surplus. But if you imagine having 10 off-takers of the 100 megawatt project, in the hours that it doesn't produce, there's 10 ways to split zero. And in the hours it produces at 100 megawatts, there's 10 ways to split the 100 megawatts. So it becomes more complicated if you're sharing in the offtake of a project. Still not insurmountable at all. It's just a complication. So a couple other fine print items to mention. In order to meet the Bonneville requirements, the wind has to be made into a flat block. That is really challenging with something that looks like this. So they're wanting the same amount every hour of every day to serve the above high water mark need, but this, the highs and the low require some shaping is what we call it, shaping of wind. And that cost ranges between $10 and $20 per megawatt hour on top of the wind energy price. There's also the requirement by Bonneville Transmission to follow the wind as it moves across the hour. That's about $5 per megawatt hour. And then the other things that I won't show you my personal frustrations with is that if your forecast error for the wind is wrong, and if you're wrong in the wrong direction more than 3 hours, which even with best efforts, it can happen, then there's a penalty assessed. And that's a financial penalty or a forfeit of the energy that you had forecast. So that's a cost to the utility. And then in other seasons, the wind could be curtailed because there's not enough transmission, or there's too much hydro, or there's too much generation in the region. And then the other one that you may be less familiar with is that during extreme heat and extreme cold, wind doesn't produce. It's very, very low output when there's no periods of fluctuating temperature. In long duration cold, long summer heat, there's just no output from the projects.
Anna?
Yes.
So does wind have priority over, say, hydro and others? Does it have a lot, like when there is wind there, they can bump the market and go in and sell at a higher price?
So you picked on an interesting dilemma in the region. So during the spring runoff, it tends to be that the snow melt and the rain combine together, and in the May-June time period, there is a lot of surplus hydro in the region. And now wind projects that have been in the region 10, 15 years now, they also tend to produce energy during the April through August timeframe. And so depending on the weather conditions of the season, you can find where wind is at its maximum production, as is hydro generation in the region. And so in order for Bonneville to keep the lights on and preserve reliability, generation has to match load. Otherwise, the frequency of the system goes awry. And so Bonneville has protocols in place, and there are lots of different thoughts about whether that is equitable. But the current practice is that Bonneville, as the balancing authority, can go ahead and supersede the wind and choose to let the hydro generate in order to support their clean water quality standards, serve load, and also preserve fish. Actions that they have to take in the river to keep the operation and habitat safe for fish. And in doing so, that means the wind is second citizen, if you will. So it does get displaced by the hydro. Or in some instances, both hydro is spilled, which means it doesn't run through the turbine, and wind doesn't run through the turbine. Both are shut down. Other comments on that particular question? Anything to add?
think you explained it well, Anna.
Thanks. So as I mentioned with the market price, the market product, it has to be scheduled and tagged. Wind, even more so because of its variability, it has to be forecast day ahead and then scheduled and monitored hour to hour across every day of the year. Talk about a crystal ball. It's a wind anemometer, if you will. Transmission is required, and that is a transmission reservation capacity to get the energy to the utilities service territory or to the market if it's surplus. And then anytime the red and the black don't mesh, someone's filling in that gap, and that gap is being filled in by Bonneville in real time. And so Bonneville charges or assesses an imbalance cost for filling in those differences between what the project was forecast to be and what actually occurred. Okay, gonna move on now to the right side of the chart with the illustrative load growth example that we're showing here. And in the fourth quarter, we've just dealt with what this might look like in the early years over here. But now imagine a new industrial customer does show up in the Whatcom PUD service territory. And in this example, it shows up in the fourth quarter of 2024, and then it grows and it's with you as a new customer until the end of your Bonneville contract. How do you plan for that? How do you think about serving what the vernacular in the region is called a new large single load, knowing that you have a Bonneville contract? So the new large single load is something BPA did think about when they were creating the contracts and allocating the pie of the tier 1 system. And it is not load that usually shows up in terms of load growth, meaning organic growth of residential and commercial customers. It's when a large customer sites in a customer service territory, and that new large load is defined as a load that is larger than 9.99 average megawatts that shows up in a single calendar year. And so because of that, that's a big surprise. You don't have time to plan for it. And the current rate is very high at almost $80 per megawatt hour, because Bonneville is going to supply that load unless the utility says we're going to take that on. And Bonneville has a special rate in case the planning didn't occur and they plop down in your service territory. So there are a few of these that have occurred, and the sooner you know that something's coming, the better it is, because you can start to make your plan for sure. If it turns out that a load like this shows up, and the fine print here is phasing is a really good approach, because you want to do anything you can do to avoid 10 megawatts showing up in a single year. Maybe it would be good to start at the fourth quarter with 2 megawatts. So then if it's a 10 megawatt load in the next year, there would just be 8, for example. So you would fall below this threshold. But under a new large single load process, Bonneville would require that the resource that you're using be shaped to serve that new large load. And there's penalties if you don't get it right, and they're very large. So if you schedule a resource to serve that new load and it doesn't show up, it's under-delivered for the on-peak hours. $14,000 per megawatt is the charge, because essentially Bonneville has to fill in the gap between what you needed and what you had said you would provide. In the same way, if you under-deliver during the month to meet that need, they're going to charge you that same $80 per megawatt hour. And if it turns out the resource you plan to serve that new large load is over-delivered, then there is a market value to that. And Bonneville is going to give you a handsome discount to what that market price would have been if you'd sold it yourself. They want to stay very balanced. These charges are intended to keep the resource that you bring to serve these loads in balance with that load. Also, they want to make sure that you have a secure and firm transmission reservation, not steel in the ground, but the capacity to move the energy to that resource's load. And to protect from penalties, sometimes transmission is curtailed. the path, I think of transmission as like the interstate. There is I-5, there's 405, there's I-90. Sometimes during construction, you'll want to take a side path and go around that construction. The same way with transmission. Transmission has to have outages and have maintenance, and in some instances, a path to move something from A to B will be curtailed, and you have to find a different way to get there. Bonneville's looking to have insurance that you've got a different delivery path in case it's curtailed. So this is all to say that the numbers, not only do they get bigger when your crystal ball is looking out here, but if they're over that 9.99 in a single year, you fall into a new situation, a new set of policies and guidelines that Bonneville sets out, and there are other costs. So it's eyes wide open in the planning, trying to get the best available information as soon as you can, recognizing the costs can be large. So I'll pause there. Questions or other commentary?
I might just add, Etta, that when the Green Apple Renewable Diesel plant was in the planning stages, we were faced with exactly this scenario. Unless they could have phased that load in, we were facing a new large single load and would have to deal with the provisions in the Bonneville contract governing such. So we dodged the bullet that time.
Yeah. So this is just one of those things, just eyes wide open. Resource planning is not for the faint of heart, right? So there are benefits along with risks in pursuing new resources to serve growth. And so as we touched on earlier, EPA does have opportunities to elect a tier 2 service from them. You do have to give a long lead time of how much you'd like to have from them and put in that reservation basically 3 years in advance with a 5-year commitment. You do have a couple of opportunities to wiggle the amounts around, but it is less flexible than, say, going to the market and seeking 5 megawatts for a 2-year time period. And if something changes, you might be able to renegotiate with that entity you're off-taking from. Also, in my opinion, the requirements that Bonneville has, while you can recognize that a big load plopping down has a lot of costs that Bonneville would incur having to serve that, and they're going to pass those on to you, they are significant. And so it could happen to anybody, and that's why having a plan makes sense, and maybe a way to mitigate Bonneville's requirements by going out on your own, venturing with a partner to serve that for you, may be a cheaper option. The other reason, or the other benefit of pursuing new resources on your own, is it retains local control. Local control stays at home. You can chart your own course, and that's really important right now with all the rapid changes we're seeing in the landscape. It allows you the planning flexibility and the timing of when you want to add something. And depending on what your information and crystal ball look like, you can accelerate or slow it down, the timing or the size of that need. And having that steering wheel that you can drive matters a lot. Also, with regard to the Clean Energy Transformation Act, as Brian mentioned earlier, the utilities are going to need a strategy to comply with the 80-20 or the carbon neutral standard by 2030. And I would say with Whatcom, you're in great shape because you're an off-taker of Bonneville and you're over 90% clean. So you've got that one for sure. But the more onerous, how do you get there by 2045 to 100% clean? That'll be the challenge for many. And so a strategy on what resources would you use to complement your future portfolio be top of mind for you, that you have that luxury to think about what kind of strategy do we want to have? And then you may find that customers, new industrial customers in particular, they might have their own thoughts on what resources they'd like to be served with. And you may be working with them in a different way, whether it's the port or some other new process load where they want to be environmentally focused and want to have a carbon-free portfolio they're served by. So this retain the local control allows you to tailor those resources and make those choices depending on the customers that you end up siting in your service territory.
So a question about Bonneville about this CETA compliance. Is Bonneville thinking about just making sure that they have a 100% CETA compliant product for tier 1 and tier 2? Because that would make the job of public utilities easier, I would think.
I would love if that were true. Bonneville is engaged with the rulemaking and has been with Department of Commerce, but they have customers who are in Oregon under a different set of requirements, customers in Montana, customers in Idaho, and each of those states has a different way, a different path, a different timing. And so Bonneville has a portfolio that is predominantly hydro, but it also has the Columbia Generation Station nuclear plant in it, and it has other small hydros in it. And from time to time, if the water year is not a good one, they will be making market purchases. So I would say it's not top of their mind about offering a complete 100% clean resource in tier 1 at this time. Tier 2, they did talk about offering a green only tier 2 service. And my understanding is customers can make that request. I don't know that anyone has made that request for the tier 2. And Brian, you may know more on that end.
Yeah, first of all, I agree with what you've said, but Commissioner Desmonte, that is one of the issues that is being discussed by the customer groups, the PPC and others, as a discussion point within the context of developing the new power purchase agreement with Bonneville that kicks off in 2028. The customers do want some power products offered by Bonneville that help them meet their regulatory requirements in their individual states. So that'll be a topic of future discussion. I think the challenge for Bonneville, just adding in here, right now, about 6% of our power supply portfolio from Bonneville is a non-specified resource. And basically what that is Bonneville using, they're using surplus hydro, but they're also making purchases to supplement the federal hydro, the federal system when they're short on energy. And where those purchases come from, what the makeup is of that power supply is going to be real challenging if you try to make that all clean energy and still meet your obligations to meet the requirements of the customer on a timely basis. So there's some challenges there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, in the home stretch, I think this slide really brags on how clean Whatcom PUD's power supply is. Going back, this is just a snapshot from 2014 through 2019. You can see over 90% clean, in most cases over 95% clean. So compared to other utilities across the country, this is remarkable. We're very blessed with hydro. Nuclear is considered non-emitting, not renewable, but non-emitting. Coal, the coal and the natural gas, the other and the unspecified, these little slivers up here in the different colors are coming from Bonneville's purchasing during periods of deficit. So that is being translated through the contract that Bonneville provides to Whatcom right now. In the years that are odd, that's when the nuclear plant goes down for refueling. And so it stands to reason that they will be making more market purchases to fill in the 45-day outage. And that is categorized as unspecified because it's unknown where that may be coming from. I take comfort in knowing that as coal is being retired in the region, there will be less and less amounts of coal in those market purchases, but those market purchases could be someone's surplus wind or someone's surplus solar from California. So it is not necessarily emitting, but there's no environmental attribute to it. So it shows up on the annual fuel mix as unspecified, as Brian was mentioning. So we talked about it once, twice, here's the third time. Clean Energy Transformation Act, definitely a game changer in Washington State. Definitely instituted some new standards for the electricity sector. And this is really, from my perspective as a former power planner, you have to keep in mind that this is what the roadway signs look like as you think about what strategy and what resources you'll bring to bear to serve new loads. And so there are many different requirements as we go past time. I understand from Brian that Whatcom PUD submitted its 10-year plan in December of 2020. Coal will be removed from the rate base by 2026. The coal owners are definitely on path to retire and replace with other resources that are not coal-based. So you are in great shape for this 2030 timeframe. Everyone's looking to how do we eventually get to the 2045, and lots of lively conversations for sure. So did it add complexity and new risks? Absolutely. Are there non-compliance penalties? Yep, there are. And so partner this with maybe a cap and trade that's economy-wide that's being discussed in Olympia right now. It just may accelerate when we go after 100% clean or our commitment to reduce emissions. So all of those are good context to have in the back of your mind as you think about what strategy would work best for Whatcom PUD to fill future needs. So this is my last slide before I turn it back over to Jeff to wrap it up with you. There are some very key milestones in the power planning arena that are before Whatcom PUD and its board right now. And so I'll start over here on the roadway. The first one is how will you serve that new load growth that you know is likely to occur from 2024 through 2028? That's going to be a key decision point in the next few months to be talking about. Bonneville is expecting by the end of this year to share what their goals, rate structure, and products will be for the next contract after 2028. So those will be some very extensive conversations. They then will have policy workshops to go through more about the product offerings. Will it still be load following and block and slice? Will it be some other combination? What terms will those product offerings be? All of those, I think, are on the table for the workshops coming up with Bonneville in another regional dialogue discussion in the 2022 through 2023 period. And lastly, this may be a shocker for you, but even before you know what the price of the new Bonneville contract will be, they are going to be looking to offer contracts for consideration and execution by boards like yourself in late 2025. Now, this timeline could certainly slip by a few months here and there. We have been going through a pandemic and it's made things slow to be able to have public processes that work for all. But late 2025, in my mind, is right around the corner when you're thinking about power supply. And then lastly, by 2026, there'll need to be Whatcom's next clean energy plan filed with the state for the next 4-year compliance period in support of the Clean Energy Transformation Act. So this is just to say you're going to be busy. There's a lot of decisions coming at you relatively quickly. Some are near, some are longer term, but it really does make sense to step back and think about a strategy and maybe some principles that are important as you think about how might you serve customers in the future. So you have a framework to help guide these upcoming decisions. That concludes my section. If there are other questions, I'm happy to take those now or as we move to wrap up. Okay, Jeff, how about if I turn this over to you to bring her home for us?
Thank you, Anna, and nice job. So I think, as Anna was saying, there's obviously a lot of decisions, before the district, but really, and you guys touched on this earlier, in the one conversation about how you arrived at load following before. I mean, this is really about balancing what makes sense for the district, what makes sense for your customers. There's some new regulatory requirements coming down the pike that need to be addressed in that. And as you add new customers and consider all this, what still makes sense to you? And, as Anna said, really, what we would recommend is laying out some principles and a framework to guide that decision. Managing this load growth, serving this load growth, it's not simple, but it is doable. And it's kind of one of those things that, depending upon what's important to you, what's important to your customers, what are the high level objectives that you're trying to meet, that helps to narrow in the range of outcomes and in the path forward. And so ultimately, what needs to be done to guide that strategy, to document those principles. The one thing we thought we'd do, and if you want to go to the next slide, that we thought might be a good next step, again, as we said up front, really our goal for today was to lay a foundation for the development of this strategy by going back, talking about your Bonneville contract and rights and obligations under that, what acquiring non-federal resources might look like. Really what we thought we'd do next is kind of talk about the operationalizing these. If you did decide to procure non-federal resources in the future here, what does that look like for the district? What does that mean in terms of an organization? What kind of policies need to be in place? What type of delegations of authority need to be granted to the general manager and the assistant general manager? When would this decision come back to the board? What does it mean to manage a portfolio? TEA, we talk about being a portfolio management company, but what does that actually mean from an organizational perspective, and impacts on you in terms of decision making and building in financial reserves to buffer against unexpected events. So again, in kind of the spirit of continuing to lay a foundation to eventually arrive at a strategy, we thought a good next step would be to talk about those operational impacts in another board workshop, which I think Brian is on the agenda, if I remember correctly, to at least talk about that.
That's correct, Jeff. We have a scheduled meeting at the end of the month, which will be the second workshop.
Okay.
I want to say it's the 23rd. I don't remember.
Yes, that's correct.
But that concludes our presentation. So it seems like good discussion, good questions as we went along. But certainly, if there's any further questions that we can answer now, that Anna can answer now, happy to entertain those.
So I'd like to ask a question. It seems like the most important near-term decision is the September decision. And it seems like our options are tier 2 or other private market supply agreement to support this incremental demand. To what extent does a public utility confer with its customer? I mean, or should we confer with our customer on this subject? Do we have, what's the process, Brian, that you have in mind for guiding that decision-making process?
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Commissioner. We make these decisions, but we do collaborate with, in our case, our existing retail customer, and get their input on what type of resource we should be looking at. Should we stay with Bonneville? Because it has pricing implications for them. So we'll be working in close lockstep with them. It's a fairly simple process. We just communicate with them and schedule meetings. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's since we only have one customer, it's a pretty simple process.
So what other, besides tier 2, what are options besides tier 2? Are there any that are sticking out as potentially a viable alternative to tier 2? Or is tier 2 our only option, right, in this kind of a time frame?
I can kick it off, and I'd appreciate Anna and Jeff weighing in, but that decision in September, basically what we're looking at there is give notice to Bonneville. Number one, if we want them to take care of our entire load above tier 1, basically our tier 2 obligation, then we make that commitment. There's a resource exhibit in to the contract that would then specify Bonneville covers all that load. Or we could come back to Bonneville and say, we want to pace 50% of our load growth on you and 50% from a non-federal resource. So part of the decision is just, what are we going to do there with that resource exhibit? Say all Bonneville, or are we going to break it up? We don't actually have to have a new resource already in hand before we make that decision. But once we make that decision, Bonneville's only going to plan for the proportion of that tier 2 load that we tell them to plan for.
But we should have an idea though, if we're not gonna go with Bonneville for all the tier 2, we should have a plan. So what are our thoughts about what other supply sources we would go after? Is the Tucci project, for example, able to be a portion? And what other options do we have on the table? And are we not ready to talk about that yet? And if not ready yet today, when will we be ready to talk about that?
Well, that is a subject for future workshops. And
Okay.
the Tucci solar project is definitely on the table as a possibility. We would just have to, here again, make a decision by September. We're not going to place all that load on Bonneville. Then we get serious about locking down a resource for those out years. And bear in mind, we don't have to immediately, starting Bonneville's fiscal year, October 1st, 2021, have that new resource locked down and start taking delivery of energy from that resource. We're still obligated under the current contract to take tier 2 from Bonneville for the following 2 fiscal years. So we have 2 years after this September decision point to lock down that non-federal resource. But clearly the Tucci solar project would be one of those in the mix we'd want to discuss.
Okay.
And part of that decision too, between now and September, as Anna brought out so clearly in several of her slides, was this, what choices we make in terms of how we manage that resource, whether it's staff, PUD staff, or working with folks like TEA or others. We need to keep that in mind as to how we're going to manage that new resource portfolio.
Say, Brian, it's Mike.
Commissioner?
Yeah, do we really have that much time listening to Anna? And I mean, we say September, but then on the other hand, everybody besides us is going to be looking for these alternatives to fill in this loads that we all going to face in the future. And I think there's limited resources coming up. Is that true? At least at the meetings I've gone to, is saying that there's shortage of power in the near future. And I heard that you better get on board now if you want to get what you need. Is that true?
I guess I would answer that yes, we need to aggressively move forward on investigating new resources. And there is somewhat of a scramble because of the state requirements. But if Anna and Jeff or Todd want to weigh in, depending on what resource we're looking for, if we're going out for a market-based product, I think we can find it. It becomes more an issue of pricing.
I would definitely agree with that. There is a timing and there's regulations and things you want to be mindful of about how to manage those and what amount of staffing or operational impact you're willing to take on is, I think, the next conversation. So I think the next workshop will help frame up for you what's it going to take if we pursue a mix of, let's say it's a little bit of Bonneville and a little bit of something else. And then at the 2 to 5 year mark, Maybe it is a solar resource at another location. Once you start to put the strategy together, it's very common for utilities to choose in the short term until a resource that they like, or they like the price of, or how it fits their needs, they will fill in with a short-term market purchase, whether it's a year or 2 years, to help bridge until that resource of choice is locked down. So there is plenty of energy out there, make no mistake. There is a capacity challenge that might be what you're hearing. So in your case, as a BPA load following customer, Bonneville is taking care of that for you. And the difference is price. That's what I would say right now. So you have time to create your strategy. You don't have to do anything this instant. You've got the opportunity to think this through, and you have lots of options that I think will come into play for consideration.
And that will be the subject of a future meeting.
Correct.
Great.
We have any other questions for TEA staff?
No, I wanted to thank TEA staff for this presentation. Obviously, we're going to have lots more discussion. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to getting to know you all better.
Yeah, thank you. This was great.
Thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate it and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting up with our blather on fiber.
It's all good.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Jeff, Anna, Todd, thank you.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
everyone. Thank you.
Great. Does that cover the updates of the new business items then? Great. Well, let's move on to the general manager's report.
Commissioners, I was in lieu of, in consideration of the time where we're at this morning, I was going to cover several of the legislative bills that are moving forward, and was going to ask your support to provide support to our legislators representing our district and on these key committees on a couple of these. And what I will just do today, though, is just highlight, and I'll bring back to you before the next meeting, which will be in time to consider sending support directly to the legislature on some of these bills. But just to know that we're monitoring legislative action from both WAPUDA, PUD Association, as well as the Washington Water Utility Council. I think the last report I got just this morning from PUD Association, the PUD Association is monitoring now 83 different bills, ranging from telecom to water to economic development to energy supply. And so in Washington Water Utility Council, we're monitoring, I think, only about 71 bills, all related to water rights, water supply, water banking, and that, of course, is the focus of the Washington Water Utility Council. And again, I'll bring a report to you in the next week, asking for your support to provide an indication of support on a few of these key bills, but I'll just highlight them today. One of them is House Bill 1460. It has to do with closing the digital divide by establishing an excise tax on telecommunication services, really to provide funding the expansion of the universal service programs in Washington. That's one. And what it does really for PUDs, it provides another funding source for PUDs to expand broadband services. The second one is Senate Bill 5175. And what it does, it codifies, in other words, puts into law the requirement for CURB, Comprehensive Economic Development Board, to provide broadband or loans and grants for broadband services. Right now, that requirement is not codified. And really, there's been a lot of discussion over the last 2 years about expanding and protecting CURB funding for broadband. And this is another one that the PUD Association has stepped up and is supporting it, and we would ask your support for it too. The two that we will be asking you to indicate opposing, another one having to do with broadband, but it's Senate Bill 5383, and its sponsor is Senator Wellman. What it does is provides PUDs with retail communication authority unless there is an objection filed with the state broadband office by a retail consumer-owned utility or ISP. And the way it would impact PUD is it would effectively give retail service providers a veto over PUD authority if they can document service already exists, and it would allow private companies to overrule the authority of elected locally governing body. And
So I'm comfortable with making a motion on that one today.
you're welcome to do that. The
Well,
second,
let's do that. Let's go ahead and, that one's a no-brainer. Let's go ahead and make a motion that the commission doesn't support veto authority for investor-owned telecoms, private telecoms.
The only reason I'm not comfortable doing that is because of the bill sponsors for that one. I would like to understand why Senator Lovelet, for example, is one of the co-sponsors of that bill.
I can read.
Okay, we'll put it off.
Background with Anacortes Municipal Fiber, it seems odd to me.
Okay, we'll come back and revisit it. I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
I'd like to dig a little deeper before I.
Why are you continuing? Why are you continuing on this, Steve? There's some time critical nature of these, and is the 23rd too late for us to be taking positions on these bills?
The 5383, and I understand 5110, which is the next one I was going to speak to. I believe that they are up for an executive session sometime later next week, not this week yet, is my understanding. But I will follow up with George Kahn at the PUD Association to make sure that that's accurate.
Well, I'm just bringing this up because we got to do this stuff in a regular meeting. Probably not in a special meeting. And so I think on the 23rd, we should probably all do our homework and be ready for support and not support motions. Just make sure we budget the time in our agenda for that.
I agree. And I was, this is, like I said, I get a daily report from PUD Association, folks at PUD Association, and these two just came out today, this morning. The other one is this, I'll just go ahead. The other one is 5110, Senate Bill 5110, which is the prime sponsor is Senator Erickson. And what the description from the PUD Association is a bill that promotes greater access to broadband through tax credits and other related programs covering a broad range of activities. But what it really does is gives PUDs the authority to combine broadband into one utility function. And the PUD Association has clearly taken a position that we don't, as an association, and the PUDs that are actively involved in telecommunications and broadband do not need this authority and do not want it. And there's a feeling that it really provides a potential to decrease transparency and accountability. And so right now, the PUD Association has taken a position of opposing it and given it a rating of high priority to do so. So those are the only ones. The other one, is Senate Bill 5060, which is a bill that would actually protect water rights that PUDs acquire for irrigation purposes, for ag use, and it protects them from being relinquished, even though they have not been used. And this could impact, it's actually a bill that was drafted to protect specific irrigation use by PUDs on the east side, but it could impact on a positive way this PUD, because we've got, over 6,000 acre feet of irrigation water rights, and we have not used a big portion of those. And this bill could positively impact us by protecting those from being relinquished. And the other one was that I've got to look into a little bit more, but it's Senate Bill 5381, which is essentially a streamlining approach to permits for fish passage barriers, basically culverts, that PUDs and other public utilities want to take on like counties. And it really provides a streamlining opportunity to get those projects permitted. So it could impact us if we move ahead on projects like the California Creek project. So, but I'll have a more in-depth report for you at the next meeting.
Go ahead, Christine.
Oh, it looks like 5383 is going to be in an executive session tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Oh, it is. Okay. Then I was wrong. I stand corrected.
I just looked it up. Do we want to wait until our next meeting to make official decisions about these? Or I feel like I would need to do a little bit more research.
Yeah, me too.
Motions on these.
Yeah, and I think passing motions, we're not really supposed to do it in a special meeting, so a special meeting wouldn't help us.
Okay.
You could do it in a special meeting if you had identified the topics.
So we could do a legislative special meeting, John. And
Yes, you could, and I would have your agenda list the bills that you will be considering taking a position on.
Well, I mean, this could be a lengthy subject, so I'm open to the idea of doing a special meeting next week with legislation as a focus. I'd like to check in with the other commissioners too.
I mean, I had a feeling that a special meeting might pop up, so I left my calendar open. But I know that it is more work for, it'll be our third special meeting of the year, so I want to be respectful too of additional time that involves for staff. I do think there's quite a bit going on in this legislative session, and if we can, particularly with 5383, some of these might make a difference if we weigh in on them.
So Steve, what's your feeling on next week instead of 2 weeks?
I don't think that I don't think we'll fall back, if you would, on getting input sent to our delegation in Olympia and even key members of the committees that will be addressing these bills if we wait until our February 23rd meeting.
Okay, so let's just plan to set aside sufficient time, I suppose, and Steve, you and I can work on that on the agenda for the 23rd meeting. Sounds good.
And John, can I ask a quick question? So if I reached out to some of the co-sponsors of a bill to understand why they're co-sponsoring the bill, is that considered lobbying?
I don't think it would. I think it's
Okay.
just getting information. In fact, I'm trying to put the final touches on a memo for you that you'll have before the end of the week, just kind of clarifying some of that discussion, the questions you raised at our last education session. So I don't think your calling, getting information on a telephone would be considered lobbying under the statute.
Okay, I will try to reach out to some of the co-sponsors of 5383 before our next meeting to understand a little bit more.
Great.
Say, excuse me, O'Toole, Steve,
Yes,
if Christine does that or O'Toole does that, they send you information. Are you allowed to send that to the rest of us? So if Christine meets and sends you the information, you can send it to O'Toole and I? Is that possible?
it is. And I think the best way to do that is, as we've done in the past, is I request information from you individually, and I would not send that on to the other members of the commission as the position taken by, Commissioner Grant or Commissioner Murphy, just indicating that this is what we found out in terms of, in this case, what's the intent of the sponsor of this bill or that bill, and we can share that information. So
Yeah, what you don't want to do is start having commissioners interact, commenting, and having a discussion on the bill. That becomes a serial meeting. But the dissemination of the information from your general manager is absolutely appropriate.
John, if I may clarify, another thing that I'm thinking about is that the nature of the email to Steve, it's better if it's fact-finding rather than analytical.
yes,
That also,
or positional.
to just basically to share what I learned at this conversation.
Right.
I would say that your general manager can advise you what his recommendation and his analysis is. That's entirely appropriate for the general manager to convey that to you. What's a problem is that if one commissioner then in a reply all says, well, I disagree with this analysis because, and now you're starting this dialogue between commissioners. So one commissioner can reply directly, not reply all, or you save it for a commission meeting. But the general manager can, and you quite frankly should, express an analytical view on a matter to the commission in writing, and that's entirely appropriate. It's the exchange between commissioners that becomes the problem.
Other things related to legislative updates. There's every Thursday, there's a WPUDA legislative update call at 8:30 a.m. I think many of us listen in on that. And then next week are WPUDA meetings, and legislation will be thoroughly covered at those meetings too. So I really think that it really makes sense to distill all of that. There's certainly not going to be any new bills now, and we'll have plenty of time between now and our next meeting to digest where we want to come down on specific bills.
Can I add one thing, O'Toole?
Yeah, please.
And I have to clarify to Christine and even to you all too, because the two of you do meet with a lot of people. I'm not asking you to do all my legwork for me, but I do appreciate you, the both of you, and your interest in things, and sharing them with Steve and letting Steve decide what should be sent on to others is all I'm requesting. If you don't want to send anything, then it's your decision. But I like using Steve as information. I don't ask where he gets it from, but just to be informing the commissioners.
Steve, you're continuing with your report.
I highlighted this today, our next meeting topics for a couple of reasons. One is that we did plan on having, as Brian indicated, the next presentation by TEA on the 23rd. And also, as we talked about broadband, I'm assuming that we will have also a discussion on broadband at that session. And then I've sent a memo to you several days ago about staffing. And what I'm planning on doing is bringing to you a recommendation on the 23rd on your requesting your approval to establish 2 new positions, which is the process that that the commission has established in terms of delegation of authority, also under the guidelines of Chapter 54, you know, the PUD responsibilities for the general manager to manage all employees hiring and firing, but to establish the 2 positions. One is the energy resource analyst position, and the other is the broadband services analyst. And so we are sending out to you the job descriptions for those 2 positions and ask you to review those and provide comments to me before the end of this week so that we can bring to you the final job description for consideration for those 2 positions, get those established and get the hiring process started. And along with that, also will be offering opportunity for the commission to start the process of the general manager position replacement. And I know that you've had some discussion over the last several months about, you know, how that process would unfold, timing, setting that position profile, and trying to accomplish that replacement process by possibly by the end of this year. And so I'll have some thoughts on that. And also considering the discussion that you've had over the last, you know, now almost 2 months about these different initiatives, broadband, energy resources, renewable energy. We've also talked extensively about water issues, water resource management issues. I thought it might be good to take some time at the next meeting to just remind ourselves about how we got to the completion and approval of the budget for 2021 as terms of reflection of the initiatives, the strategic plan, and how we look at this potential for establishing what we've called the community services group. Because I think when we talk about replacement or filling the two new positions, we talk about broadband services, we talk about topics like we did today with TEA and energy resources. I think it would be good to have this discussion about how all those pieces are really interconnected and how your staff can provide that support, you know, between now and the end of this year, as you make decisions on replacement of the general manager, and we start talking about and seriously start talking about budget for 2022. So I thought that having a brief discussion presentation on how we got to where we are today in terms of the strategic plan, budget, staff position, and then that community services group, and decisions on how staff, if you would, administrative structure here looks like going forward. I thought that'd be a good approach. And then we also, Commissioner Murphy had spoken to this, I think at least one time in the last 2 meetings about having someone from NC come and make a presentation. So Rebecca has talked to Daryl Gray at NC about coming and making a brief presentation on what the PUD and NC have done in the past working together, and some ideas on projects moving forward. So it's looking like the 23rd will be a pretty full agenda. And but I think that based upon the discussion that you all had today on broadband and with TEA and moving forward with staffing, I think that we need to have at least those topics on the agenda for the 23rd. That's all I had.
Full day.
Yes,
Yeah, so 23rd is looking to be a long meeting.
yes.
So let's move on to getting to know you. Brian, you were going to go first.
Yes, commissioners, we're still going to do this. Where do I start? Well, I'll give you as brief a synopsis as I can. I got into the energy business, quite frankly. My first job in the energy side was with Seattle City Light. And I was brought on board to work in a new group. It was the Energy Conservation Group, which was the unique concept at the time. Christine will tell you it's not unique anymore. But I worked in that group doing energy audits, residential and small commercial businesses in the Seattle area. And that was kind of the springboard. I moved on from there through a variety of roles with different utilities. I worked over my life with Snohomish County PUD, subsidiary of Puget Sound Energy, and actually had a very brief stint with Chelan County PUD. In addition, stopped along the way to do some policy work. So I worked for the Washington PUD Association and also had a contract position for a year with the Public Power Council in Portland, Oregon. So on my utility career side, it's ranged from everything from energy efficiency to power supply to energy policy. Prior to coming to the PUD, I actually worked for myself and was actually doing work not as extensive as TEA, but I was providing consulting services to utilities on power supply and power supply procurement. And that was my first acquaintance with Whatcom PUD, because Tom Anderson at the time brought me on board as a consultant to work with him looking at power supply for new industrial customers that the PUD was attempting to serve at that time. And if you remember, that was service to Georgia Pacific and Bellingham Cold Storage on the Bellingham waterfront. That never went forward, mainly due to Puget Sound Energy's involvement, but that was my introduction to the PUD. I'll have to say, over the career from working on energy efficiency projects at different sector levels to power supply, I love power supply. I love the power supply issues, everything about it. If I was to do it over again, start a new career, it would be on a trading floor somewhere for a utility. So that's really where my passion lies at this point. I never intended to stay at the PUD for almost 20 years now. It's the longest I've ever worked anywhere in my career. And I've done so, number one, because of the staff. I've never worked with a more cohesive group, fun to work with. Everybody works hard and everybody works independent when required, but they also work together when needed to address an emergency. And the other thing is I love wearing a variety of different hats. And you can do that in a small utility. Typically in a large utility, you put one hat on and that's your role. But in a small one, you pitch in and help where it's needed. You get to do a lot of different things, and that's very appealing. And that kind of sums it up. On my personal life, I won't go into that too much, but My wife and I have sired 3 boys over the years who are all grown now and have families of their own. They all live in the area, which we're real thankful for. And today we've got 4 grandkids that I love to spoil. As far as personal interests, my entire life, I've been a backpacker, mountain climber. I love the outdoors, anything to do with the outdoors. And currently we own our own boat. So we do a lot of boating in the Puget Sound and Canadian waters in the summer. And that's Brian Walters.
You're muted.
Thank you, Brian. I guess I was the other one I was going to talk today. And I'll talk about personal things first. So I am actually an immigrant, even though I grew up in the US, and so my accent is de minimis, we could say, unless I'm talking to my brother. When I talk to my brother or my dad on the phone, you can see a very distinct Indian accent because I toggle between native language and English. So it people are always surprised when they hear me taking a call from my brother because my accent immediately changes. So I was born in India. My family lived in the same basic area at least 10 generations back. So I'm new to this immigrant thing as well. And I've lived in a lot of places in the United States. Like we first moved to Cleveland, for which I continue to take condolences. And then moved from Cleveland to St. Louis. And so I was definitely a Midwestern kid growing up. And then I went to engineering school in Missouri. And that's Missouri, not misery. I enjoyed engineering school. And then I went and worked in St. Louis for a little bit, and then in Philadelphia. And then I got a job with Ford Motor Company. I worked in Philadelphia. I worked for the Naval Surface Warfare Center. I got to do really cool stuff, military technology. And one thing that was really formative for me is one of the last classes I took in my undergrad was a class taught by Roger Beaujolais. And Roger Beaujolais was a chief engineer for Morton Thiokol, who was the engineer who protested about the O-ring seals on the space shuttle. And he talked about ethics. He taught a class on ethics for graduating engineers. And it was very impactful to me. And that the main message he conveyed was that the most important thing you can do is to vote with your feet. Meaning it's very painful to be a whistleblower, because he was a whistleblower and it ruined his life. And he said that the most important thing you can do as a professional is to work in the place that you believe in. So although I certainly believed in a strong defense of the United States, I decided that the technological advantage that we had in the US military was at least 2 decades at that time, and perhaps more. And so I felt like I needed to go use my brain on something where we maybe didn't have such an advantage, and that was the auto industry. And so in the 90s, I went to go work for Ford Motor Company. They were looking for people with new ideas, different ideas. I had spent a lot of time with developing an expertise in artificial intelligence, and went to apply some of that thinking in how powertrains are controlled and developed. And that was a lot of fun, except I hated the Midwest. I was ready to move from the Midwest. And so the perfect opportunity presented itself to be involved in a new project, which is the development of fuel cell powertrain. I had the opportunity to move to Narbonne in Germany, or Vancouver, BC. Now, if you've been to those two cities, you know the better pick is Vancouver. And so I moved to Vancouver, BC, and fell in love with the city. And after a little over a year and a half, Ford wanted me to come back to Dearborn. And boy, that was it. I loved working for Ford, but I couldn't go back to Dearborn. So I took a job at a startup company to work on innovative powertrains for the delivery vehicle segment. And went through, worked with a series of startups working with clean transportation technologies, clean energy technologies. And then finally decided to settle in Bellingham, bought a hobby farm. I grew up as a suburban kid. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. In a hobby farm, I'd never had a dog. Now I have a dog and chickens and goats and so on and so forth, 5 acres. And it's a lifestyle I've really come to love. I loved raising my kids here. I did have opportunities to move on, but I just thought the experience and the environment was the right environment to raise kids in. And although I didn't participate much in that, I was very much the obsessed, driven entrepreneur for a large part of my kids growing up. And now I have this wonderful opportunity where both my kids are home, and I'm more engaged in their life, ironically, in their late in their early 20s now, both of them, than I was when they were younger, actually. And I'm delighted to have that opportunity. And becoming elected at the PUD has given me an opportunity to do something meaningful with my my work life, but also not too much of a burden. So I've enjoyed like the most amazing work-life balance anybody could hope for. I've developed my skills as a cook. You know, I'm willing to compete with any of you. I'm not as good at. I still need to work on my pie crust skills, but I got a lot going on in the food department. But it's always tasty. I mean, I look pretty, but it's always tasty. So yeah, I love my life. I very much enjoying getting involved in the public sector. I'm glad I waited to take this step. I spent a lot of time. I've worked for the largest company at the time when I worked for Ford. It was the largest company in the world. I was one of 50,000 engineers in Dearborn, Michigan. It's hard to imagine. There's that many engineers that worked for Ford at one time. And I've worked for, companies with just a handful of people. And so I really enjoyed the diversity of experience. And I think it's helpful for me in the public sector roles I have. I'm also on the planning commission, the county planning commission. And I think as time goes on, I'm going to stay involved in the public sector, either as elected positions or other kinds of positions. I enjoy it, and I feel like it's good for people with an engineering background, private sector background to be in government because, it's my personal pet peeve. There's too many people without that experience in government, and I'm glad to contribute a different perspective. So that's kind of my story. I've always been I've always felt like an underdog. I've always felt like an outsider, and that's never been a point of sadness for me. I've always loved being the outsider. I get a lot of pride from being able to contribute something unique to a conversation, and I look forward to continuing to do that. And I'm glad to share a little bit about myself.
We do have a few public comments waiting when you're ready to move to that next step.
We'll go to commissioner reports still. So regarding commissioner reports. So let's get started. So who would like to go first?
I'll go first. I'll go really quick. I just wanted to say that good luck to the operations team. I know it's going to be really cold, so I'll be thinking of all of you and hope that we're able to keep the frazzle ice under control and stay warm and stay safe. I wanted to say thank you to Annette and everyone else that worked on finalizing the bond sale. And I also just wanted to say that I've been in touch with Liz and Carol and George at WPUDA. And if House Bill 1336 gets out of the House and is assigned to a committee in the Senate, I've offered to testify. So they're keeping me in the loop about that. So that's all I'm going to say for now.
For myself, I've been discussing and working with WPUDA on different issues, water mainly, Energy Northwest. I kind of reported on that already. Met with Dave Olson on water issues in Whatcom County. Real good time with him and meeting and getting an upgrade on things. And a few meetings with Steve on different things, strategic planning things. So just a quick rundown. That's it, all tool for me.
Great, thank you. I've got two updates. One is on my meetings. And actually, we adopted this new procedure for our per diem reports. And I, because of the interest of time, I've not made a commissioner report on the subject, but looks like our meetings aren't going to get any shorter, so I might as well get on with it. I wanted to let the other commissioners know that I've now in the last several months attended many watershed management team meetings. It's very helpful to me as being the PUD's representative on the watershed management board. The watershed management team deals with a lot of the in-between conversations, and it helps me be more effective at the watershed management board, and that's why I've been attending those. I have also had a couple of follow-up meetings with staff at Energy Northwest on two purposes. One is to better understand what Energy Northwest might offer in demand-side management and their pilot project that they did in Richmond. And the other one is getting some background on the Tucci Energy project, because I initiated the effort for us to consider that as an option. And then, of course, we discussed it at commission meetings, and we decided to proceed and place a letter of interest for that. On the waterfront, I've attended a few meetings where the Department of Ecology was studying water banking and the potential of water banking policy development. The Ecology decided not to do any push for any legislation or any significant rulemaking, but it was certainly something that Ecology was considering last year. On the subject of broadband, there's something called Broadband Breakfast that has been going on. That's been going on for a little over a year now. That was started a little over a year ago, where they've discussed topics like the digital divide, and I've been attending that to educate myself on the subject of broadband. I've also John Humphreys has initiated a couple things that I've participated in. One of those things is a couple of conversations that happened on broadband in the library system, and what a library can do to increase internet accessibility, particularly the potential for hotspots at the libraries. But that has later matured into conversation about increasing accessibility for young people, given the infrastructure we currently have. There was a workshop that occurred recently on resource adequacy that was initiated by BPA that the PUD had registered for me, and I attended. There is the Chamber of Commerce at the end of the year last year did a state of the city, state of the county session where South also do, and Seth Fleetwood gave their COVID report, basically, how they managed to handle the responsibilities of their new positions, given their new realities. I've had one meeting with Rob Fix and one meeting with Michael Shepard, just to touch base and see where the port's at as far as fiber and broadband. I've attended many, at least 4 WID meetings and the Ag Water Board meeting to stay plugged into where the agricultural community is on water issues. I've had the opportunity to communicate the PUD's positions, that official positions, as well as making sure that the ag community knows that we are very much an open door. Regards to that, I also had a conversation with Brad Rader when we were deciding about our contribution to the Linden Fair grounds project on ag water education. I've had a series of meetings for lessons learned from people in other communities, Skagit County and the Yakima Basin. And the meetings in Skagit County have included Deborah Lekanoff, Ken Dahlstead, and who's a commissioner, who's just recently completed his term as a commissioner with Skagit County, a lawyer named Will Honey, who's very knowledgeable about water issues in their county. Regarding the Yakima Basin, I've had meetings with Casey Cycler, who's helped establish contacts for me at the Department of Ecology with numerous staff people. Some of those documents have been shared with the commission, which I identified. And lastly, I wanted to just mention that I've had a couple of conversations. There was a session on education, a webinar on the state energy strategy. I had some follow-up conversations regarding that. And the purpose of this report out is just because when I complete my report, per diem report, I receive a daily reimbursement for any significant meeting I do in a day, like as all of us do. And we agreed in our new policy that commissioners would review those with the commission, just so the commission was aware of the meetings that the other commissioners are having. And so I'm going to, this was a little bit longish, and I think it's just going to be an ongoing part of all of our commissioner reports to do. And I think I regret I didn't provide these immediately for the last 2 weeks, but that's what I'll be doing from here on out. And we're just going to be deal with the longer meetings as a result. So, but it will come in smaller pieces. There's one other thing I wanted to share with the commission, and that's that one of the things that I've been very passionate about since becoming a commissioner are community renewables. I don't think the way I see community renewables at the present time is contributions to the community, not necessarily being significant enough in terms of volume to substantially substitute the PUD's consumption, but being projects that that can be pursued to increase the amount of community renewable energy. So in that regard, the projects that I've researched are the geothermal exploration out at Mount Baker. I'm waiting to hear back on that. There's really nothing new to report from what I did report a little over a year ago. I did have a meeting with Canyon Hydro. I requested a meeting with our staff in Canyon Hydro. I haven't heard back from staff yet on that. But basically, the Canyon Hydro has told me that doing a recuperative energy system in our outflow pipe, where we deliver it to our customers, is quite likely viable. But many questions have to be asked. It's certainly something to look at the feasibility of. I'm trying to get a meeting from just myself. So I'm asked for the staff meeting because I feel that I've vetted it to my best ability as far as its potential. And so I'm ready to meet with staff. On the issue of regional biodigester, I've had an update meeting with Eric Powell of Regenesis. In that meeting, I told him the outcomes of my conversations with the city on where their municipal water treatment, municipal digester project is. That project has ballooned to a budget of around $200 million. And it's become a very expensive project. And it's encouraged me to talk to Regenis about the potential of a countywide regional digester that would receive as input, not just solids from the wastewater treatment plant, but from solids from numerous streams, including potentially agricultural and other municipal streams. And that's something that I, rather than explain now, Eric and I are discussing. He's thinking about some the conversation, and it'll be followed up similarly with a conversation with staff, and then potentially be ready for a commission discussion. Regarding community solar, I've had one meeting with staff at Snohomish PUD, but it was very preliminary, very initial. I plan to have a follow-up conversation with staff at Snohomish PUD, and then introduce the subject to staff as well. Regarding regarding wind, I had another follow-up meeting with Grays Harbor PUD is involved in a project called the Coastal Community Wind Project. My goal of that meeting was to identify what are the things that they learned from successfully implementing that project that we could convey to a coastal wind project here too. And the big issue that came out of that conversation was the importance of involving fish and wildlife as it relates to bird impacts. That is a big impact on where potential siting of a wind project could happen in Whatcom County. And the next, from my perspective, the next step on that is a wind ordinance that the Planning Commission has on its agenda. And perhaps the PUD can, because right now our wind codes are extremely prohibitive. The most restrictive wind codes in the entire state. So if we want to proceed on this project, which I think has some feasibility, I think it's going to be imperative for the codes to be amended to allow for it. I plan to follow up with when I talk to Snohomish PUD on the solar project. The reason I want to have a follow-up is because I want to also explore the subject of their solar in the context of energy storage. So Snohomish PUD is integrating solar and energy storage in their project, hopefully taking the lessons learned of the last project that was done like this from Energy Northwest and figure out how to deliver electricity that's somewhat shaped at a price point that's better than what Energy Northwest was able to achieve in Richland. So that's still a work in progress. And then lastly, the demand response discussion that I had last year with Energy Northwest continues. And I'm thinking about how that subject can be integrated into an action in the county. Obviously, because our PUD doesn't serve that much in terms of retail demand, it's a little bit out of, it's not a ball that our PUD directly can take on responsibility of, but we can work with other organizations and within the county to discuss the subject on demand response. So those are updates on something that I've been learning and trying to identify. But the only action item I have is a meeting on the subject that I think both Commissioner Grant, Commissioner Murphy have discussed on the recuperative hydro. I think if we're going to push anything for the energy efficiency dollars that come from BPA, Commissioner Murphy, this is the thing to do. So if hopefully this is that kind of opportunity to get our foot in the door on something that's kind of about borderline energy efficiency, borderline renewable energy, and hopefully get BPA to let us use the money we get back from BPA to fund this project. Of everything I've looked at in terms of renewable energy, this seems like the lowest hanging fruit, and I'm just waiting to hear back on when we can do this meeting with our staff. So that's the report on community renewables. And is there any more commissioner comments? Commissioner reports?
Am I understanding this correctly, that in future commission reports, I should describe every single meeting I have between the meetings if I'm listing them?
If it's, let me, and I'm open to hearing input from Steve and John on this. Way I'm interpreting it is, any meeting that I have that is not one that was assigned to me by the PUD. Anything that I was assigned to, if there's relevant information, I should, of course, share that. But any meeting that I have that is outside of the assignments, for example, yes, when I was on the board of Energy Northwest, I didn't mention those meetings. I'm talking about side meetings I had with Energy Northwest. The watershed management team is not something that the PUD assigned me to be attending. So I'm attending it. And so therefore the commissioner should know that I'm attending the watershed management team meeting. That's kind of what I was trying to convey there.
So Commissioner, I might elucidate some of the limitations and rules on this for the commission.
Please.
So the per diem rule is that you're entitled to a certain per diem in addition to your salary on matters that for your official duties that benefit the district. So an individual commissioner doesn't determine what is a benefit to the district. Only the commission can make a determination as to what's the benefit of the district, because it's commission run, not individually run. So the commission has passed a policy trying to be prospective, and you can review this and add or change to it. But it has already determined certain activities are a benefit to the district. That would be obviously the regular meetings of the board. And I have the policy up on my screen, so I'm not looking at Zoom. The PUD association meetings, any meeting that you've been identified as the appointed representative or alternative representative for. And then there's a list of 11 or so, as I recall, about 11 special boards that have, like the planning unit, the watershed management board, Bertrand Wood, things like that, that you may attend through those. Those are listed. And then including any in-person meetings with the GM. So those are the pre-identified. If you go and do something else or plan to do something else, the best advice is get your authorization for that meeting in advance by the commission to say, I'm going to be attending these meetings the next 2 weeks. I think there's a benefit of it. Does anyone have a concern? And then we take silence as an assent. More formally, you'd ask for a motion to approve a list of upcoming meetings. That way you can be assured and the district can be assured that it was for the benefit of the district. What you don't want is, what we went through when we adopted this policy is you didn't want to put the general manager in a position of determining what's in the benefit of a district and put a general manager at odds with a commissioner saying, well, we delegated the authority to the GM to decide what's for the benefit of the district, and the general manager doesn't think so. So what is he to do when his superior, in essence, is asking for per diem? So we try to leave that with the commission to make that determination. So I would recommend that if you see yourself coming up with meetings that are valuable in your schedule between now and the next regular meeting, during the commission report, you advise the rest of the commission of what you see coming up that you'll be attending. And then if any commissioner has a concern, they can voice that. If something came up that you didn't know about and then it's on the agenda and you attend it and you want to verify that would for the benefit, then bring it up to the commission during your commission report. That way it's the commission determining what's for the benefit of the district, not just an individual. And I would remind you on the per diem, there is an annual cap. So it's not, however many days you've attended in a year at the $90, per diem. It's there's an annual cap that's adjusted for inflation. Steve, you may have something you want to add.
Just the annual cap is both in day or in number of meetings and total dollar amount. So right now it's set at 104 per diems, and I think it's something around 17,000, which is basically the $128 per diem times the 104. So
John, I do have the policy open in another screen if you want me to share that, or we can keep moving on.
It's okay. I was mostly just trying to understand what we needed to say during these commission reports, but it sounds like mostly we want to be talking about what we plan to do in the 2 weeks ahead, right?
Yeah, you don't have to report out on a meeting that you've attended that isn't required in the policy. It may be a good practice to inform everybody, but we're trying to, the policy is generated to be prospective for the per diem so that the commission determines this is a benefit.
Okay.
Steve.
just as and I you know, I always bring this up, and it's a concern that I have in terms of, we have a policy that's been adopted. This issue was brought to our attention at our last state audit. It wasn't specific to Whatcom County PUD. It was not at all. But this was an issue that the state auditor was addressing because of some problems with other PUDs in the state not meeting the cap limits and clearly not identifying what the purpose of attendance by PUD commissioners really was. So we adopted, our commission adopted a policy, as John reiterated. And my concern is that we've got the policy in place. This was brought up by the state auditor at our last audit. We just want to make sure that at our next audit, that I'm sure that the state auditor will be addressing this issue again, not because of us, but because it was an issue that was raised statewide, you know, a couple of years ago. So that we just want to make sure that we follow the intent as well as the letter of what our policy states. That's all.
So the best advice is if you're going to be attending meetings that aren't on the list that have been approved, the auditor would go say, okay, here's the policy. What are you getting a per diem for? And they'll do an audit function. And they'll say, where is this meeting on the list? So if you're coming to your commission report saying, I'm going to prospectively anticipate attending these meetings, anyone have a concern, and you've listed those, will reflect in the minutes. Now the auditor can confirm the commission have authorized the attendance at those meetings. And if for some reason you forget, we understand that. List out the meeting at the commissioner report that you attended and why you thought it was benefited for the district. And then, you know, commission doesn't say anything, we'd assume that it would be, but the prospective action is best.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think Commissioner Deshmani, you're on mute.
Thank you, Steve and John, for that. And I think it's a process of ongoing improvement, and I appreciate your help in, you know, I'm doing this report because Steve pointed out to me how, you know, you haven't been reporting on your meetings that you've been doing, and so you better start doing that. And I appreciate that, Steve, and I will. And one of the things that that I just want to be clear is that I will be attending watershed management team meetings going forward. And unless the commission has a problem with it. And the reason is because I really feel they help me to be ready for the watershed management board meeting. And so that's why I attend them.
And that is one of the listed boards that is already identified.
Okay. Yeah, I don't recall if that one was what that one was. And I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
And you might want to circulate that policy by email.
She just
to the
did.
commissioners. Okay, great.
You just said, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hands on it. Great. So with that, are we ready to move on to public comment? Great, let's do that. Ann, do you want to manage that?
Yes. Jamie Douglas, you indicated earlier you wanted to speak. Or you still want to speak?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Jamie Douglas. I'm here with my son, Dan Douglas, who is located at McGee Road in Bellingham. We fully support the gigabit Whatcom goal that was discussed earlier. And all of the points, I'm really delighted to see the PUD moving forward. And thank you, Commissioner Grant, for you bringing this to the PUD. In addition to government agencies and entities and telecom industry ISPs, neighborhood members such as myself and Dan, I see as important stakeholders in the whole solution to the broadband problem here. I have 35 years experience having worked at Boeing in IT. I retired from the Office of Chief Engineer for IT. And in that time was involved in large scale projects in the computing company for Boeing, in commercial aircraft, and in intelligence and space systems. Dan is got an associate's degree in cybersecurity and is completing a Bachelor of Applied Science from Whatcom Community College in information systems. So we have, the education and experience training in this subject matter. We're also members of our neighborhood communities that are willing to come to these meetings and talk to our neighbors and try to move forward within our neighborhoods about the establishment of broadband. It would be, I think, extremely helpful with the gigabit gigabit Whatcom approach to actually name these types of community participants with some sort of a title. I don't need to add a new title to my resume. I'm retired. The real purpose here is to make it easy to discuss and identify who these people are and what role they are serving in the discussion, and also to make sure that they are included in the discussions. And so it doesn't just become a discussion about the port, the PUD, the city of Bellingham, Comcast, Wave, that actually we're talking about neighborhoods, because ultimately, if gigabit Whatcom is going to be successful, having neighborhoods and the public, both residents and businesses, need to really be the ones who are signing in and buying in on it, because that's going to be what makes for a really successful program. I want to thank Commissioner Grant and Commissioner Deshmani for individually meeting, and interacting with us about the project we're interested in. As Commissioner Deshmani mentioned, we're looking at trying to explore a local loop over at McGee Road in near Blaine, or in Blaine, it's actually. A project like this can, as Commissioner Grant talked about, allow us to learn by doing and creating a small success where we've actually got somebody connected. Backbone's great. If nobody's connected to it, it doesn't really, it doesn't matter if it's dark or lit. This kind of project also goes a little bit further, though. We hope to be able to create a recipe that could be repeatable by other neighborhoods, allowing them to know how to organize, interact with the PUD, get their neighborhood, connected, and would represent an experiment to attack the most important problem the PUD faces as far as broadband, and that is scaling. How do we divide this problem up into bite-sized chunks that can be successfully attacked? Dan and I are willing to do for our project all the legwork to coordinate with our neighbors, to try to research out with other PUDs like Mason and Kitsap on techniques and approaches that help as far as community organization and getting them involved to do this project, to move forward. So it's much more than trying to get my 10-year-old granddaughter adequately connected to school on the broadband, which is important to me. It's also, I think, a way to, like I said, come up with a recipe that others could use and that we could get everybody in Whatcom County connected. So I hope that the PUD will, engage with us and we'll be able to move forward. We're just one of projects that are looking to try to do this kind of effort. And we hope that the PUD will make use of the skills, the energy, and the free resource that we offer to trying to help solve this problem. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
And just to follow up, Jamie, we have a meeting scheduled on March 1st, so we'll continue that conversation. And Jamie's also included the folks from the project in off of Mount Baker Highway too. So.
Rick Miracle?
Good afternoon. I would like to commend the commission for not taking precipitous action on a bill pending in the legislature before really getting a chance to review it and look at it. I think that was a commendable restraint on the part of the commission. I would also note that in a cursory look at SB 5383, it should be noted that an ISP can only object if they already serve that area or they have facilities under construction to serve that area. So it's not like they can simply blanket object to any expansion or any retail service by the PUD. That was it.
Thank you.
Looks like that's everybody.
Great. Well, that takes us to the end of our agenda. Our next meeting is scheduled for February 23rd. Is there any other item for the good of the order? Great, then I will call this meeting to a close. Thank you all. Thanks for your endurance today. The good news is that this is a good build up to our next meeting, which may be longer. So thanks again and see you in 2 weeks.